7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup, and welcome to 101 ESPN and the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is standing by. And Doug, you always like on Wednesdays to have the Collier and Thompson phones ringing off the hook. Live calls.
Well, I'm always a little worried about the calls that we get, whether it's Wednesday or Thursday or Tuesday, because in so many ways the phone lines are poison.
I like that you call them the Foyne lines.
The Foyne lines. Yeah, I don't know how that came out, but they're just poison so often. But I guess we should give our listeners another chance. If they want to call in, go ahead, call in.
Yeah, Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101 is how you can get involved. Martin, do you want more phone calls on this?
I'm kind of new here, but it seems like Tim will mention the phone lines a lot.
Why are you
Doug.
third-personing me when I asked you the question?
Well, I feel like Tim mentions the phone lines, Doug, and yet we don't go to them a lot.
Well,
and then when we do, we're utterly disappointed. So please call in anyway.
The way I find out who's on the line is Chairman Kurt, excuse me, I'm getting emotional. Chairman Kurt will text me from his position back there, and if I don't have my phone, Doug, do you call it in vision?
I'd never have said that, no.
I can't see it, and so I don't know we have somebody on the phone lines. So that's one of the core issues. But, yeah, you call in, and you essentially just get on the air.
Do you think Dan Patrick gets a text from the producer to tell him who's on the line? I think Jim Rome for years would just get a text. They didn't have a board where the name would pop up in front of him.
That's right.
They just sent him a text.
That's right. That's how it works. That's
Maybe, Imus did his show from the ranch, I believe, in New Mexico. So he probably had to be texted.
Yeah, big Rutgers basketball fan. You can text in to the program as well. I feel like Jackson's scrambling over there.
Like
what do you think's going on?
Big cat in a cage. What are you doing over there?
I'm trying to get everything set up right, and
the show's already started. It's too late, pal.
It's not working.
Oh no!
It's not
What's not working?
This TV.
Screen.
The screen's behind you. That's okay.
Because up on that screen that he's trying to log into, but they've changed the password. This microphone, there needs to be a 30 for 30 done on it.
Type in Tim Sucks. Just see if that's the password. Just give it a shot.
It has all of the info. He can't get in. The password is not in.
Nuts.
And that's how I see all the things that I have to promote. Blues and Sabres tomorrow, for example. Martin?
And I would believe the game is at 6, so the coverage would start at 5. But what you do is when you're doing a sports update and you're mentioning Tyler Hero, you turn around and look at the big board behind you to see exactly when the Blues' next game is.
Yeah, how are you going to handle that for the Sports Center update?
We'll have to power through. I'm going to get it figured out. I don't know. It's always up. I don't know why it's not up.
It's
right
Buffalo tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
Looking at me.
Boy, people are going to just kill us on the show prep Buffalo. Yes, it's Buffalo tomorrow. I was down at the Blues pregame yesterday, and I talked to a long-time notable Blues person, and I said, what do you think?
Chopper, number 2.
And I just said, what do you think of this team? And they said, well, they're not that good.
Oh, no.
And this is somebody with a lot of hockey acumen, and I said, oh, okay, well, that would sum it up then. I was looking for an intense breakdown. And they said minus Robert Thomas, they had a very slim margin of error to be good enough to just maybe get into the playoffs. And they said you take away Robert Thomas, it screws everything up. So that was their analysis.
And Broberg, who looks like the best defenseman there.
Yeah. So and also there's a jinx going on. So I told you Robert Thomas was my guest. Opening night, home opener, and I mentioned in the interview, boy, you played those 82 games last year. Yeah, I always try to play every... Oh, my gosh.
That's on you. Yeah.
My guest last night, Colton Parayko, -3 in the game.
Congratulations on that. Big period.
I think I'll just stay away.
It's 7:02. Start holding these losers on the ice accountable.
Oh.
I need to hear Pale Puckman's analysis. Pale Puckman. Pale Puckman's analysis of the abomination of a game I saw last night. And instead, we're resetting passwords like this show is still done in a Harry Potter closet adjacent to a urinal. Some Carlos Spicer-Wiener, and he's not happy. Hold on, Jackson, I think might have been able to log in.
No, it won't work.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nuts.
I don't know. I've never honestly turned on this TV screen. It's always just been on. So we're learning as we go.
What are your guesses for the password?
I know the password.
Timmy's Tours would be a good guess.
I know the password. I used it earlier this morning on a different computer, so I don't know why it's not working, but we'll figure it out.
Will we?
Well,
What do
eventually.
you think? You're going to bet on us figuring it out or not?
We better hope we get some phone calls.
Good news. Scott wants to talk it over, and he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He's calling in despite the password issues here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Scott, good morning. You are on 101 ESPN with the great Doug Vaughn.
Hello, Scooter.
Hey, Doug. How you doing,
No,
bud?
I'm fine. You?
Yeah, I'm going to try not to make this phone call too cringe. I know you're a little worried about the phone call.
Yes, I am. Got a hot take?
Hey, I just had wanted to get your guys' take on something. I've been a Chiefs fan for 40 years. I survived Todd Haley, Herm Edwards, even Marty Schottenheimer.
Gunther?
Rich Gannon.
Yeah, Gunther.
Hank Stram.
John Malkovich was there.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite that old.
Okay. All right.
John Malkovich would have been what, late 80s, early 90s.
He'd have been there. But anyway.
The one thing that concerns me about them three-peating is the left tackle position. And I don't know what they can do to remedy it at this point of the year. You guys have any thoughts on that? And who do you think our biggest threat is? Do you think it's Buffalo or Baltimore?
Great question.
It is a great question.
Thank you
I'm
so
already
much
looking-
for calling.
Boy, this Sunday, I don't sit back and watch entire Chiefs games. No offense to BK and the rest of the Chiefs kingdom. Is it,
right.
Doug, are they a kingdom?
I think it is. Without looking anything up, I think Wanya Morris is their left tackle, and he'll be questionable for Sunday. Behind him, I think, if memory serves, Kingsley Sumataya is the backup.
That is correct.
And they've got Joanne Taylor.
He's a rookie. He's awful.
Okay.
Jawan Taylor's on the right side. I guess you could move him over, or maybe Ethan Driscoll can play some tackle.
Because you want to watch the backside of the quarterback, Doug. You got to watch that left side.
Yeah, you
Maybe
do.
Scott and Doug could go offline and dig in. Dig deep.
If you move Jawan Taylor over, he's just going to line up incorrectly on the other side.
He might, but Ethan Driscoll can man that right side.
Scott, do you go to any of the games?
I've been to probably at least 15, 20 games. The tickets are a little more pricey now.
That's what I was
since
thinking.
they started winning Super Bowls.
What's it cost to get a decent Chiefs ticket these days, if you went online to get them?
Ducked in there, and I was actually inside it. A little bit of room to move around.
What?
And
Yeah.
I guess
A
the first
couple of
time nobody
friends of
came
mine
for a
went-
while.
A couple of friends of mine went this past weekend, and it was $250
Oh,
a
gosh.
ticket for nosebleed.
Oh, way at the top.
Well, anyway, I was saying that I think I'll watch the entire Chiefs-Bills game, guys. What do you think?
Jackie, it should be a Jim Dandy. I would
I think
recommend
so.
it
That's
to
on your
Martin.
channel over there, the 4 Fox.
It's a big channel.
They do big ratings with those games.
Absolute monster.
Yeah. I guess maybe Hunter Nourzad could move from a
And I
backup.
appreciate you taking my call.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Scott. I appreciate
Thanks
that.
for the jingle,
Thank you to
Scooter.
the kingdom for checking in.
It's a good thing I brushed
Martin-
up on the Chiefs' offensive line before
Yeah,
the
the
show.
tackle. You think maybe he'll move the right tackle over.
I think Jawan Taylor might get moved over.
Well, unfortunately, the text inbox.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Scooter, please take an Olympic-style platform dive off the back of your carport.
Oh,
That's
no.
Some scissor meat timbers. Let's see. Is this guy drunk? Head to the stand span and take a dip.
No.
Oh, my God. No one cares about the Chiefs. Scott, you suck.
Hey.
Oh, hey, that's not fair. People do care about the Chiefs.
Yeah, there are some out there that really do.
Blues, hockey, and Chiefs in the first 5 minutes. Martin knows nothing about hedonism. I'm out! That's from Arbor Day. He was the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023. Martin, any thoughts on
Is that on his
hedonism?
LinkedIn, do you think? Has he updated his resume?
You haven't been to hedonism, have you?
I have not.
No.
Wasn't there a nudist colony in Jefferson County, like just down the road?
Was that a sports final story?
Yeah. I think we sent his ear, and he did a two-parter.
What the hell just happened? It's from Mr. Bojangles.
Well, it's open phone line Wednesday.
Right. What do we expect to get?
Franco Pinion would come on the air and they would say, "What's on the show?" And he'd say, "We'll take a lot of calls today because it's cold out." And then the next day he'd say, we'll take a lot of calls today because it's raining. And I always thought, what does that mean? Like, it just means you're going to take a lot of calls. But if you want Tim, you can say, it's Wednesday, so we'll take a lot of calls.
I like that.
And then the program director says, why'd you take a bunch of calls? You say, well, it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Sure.
What else are you going to do on a Wednesday?
That's Scott, who wants to bat. That was our leadoff hitter. That was Cal May. Who would like to be in the 2-hole? You know what I like, Doug, in the 2-holes? A little thunder. Somebody might be able to go
damage.
deep. Yeah, you want damage in the 2. By the way, Joe Buck is joining the show Friday, but he's to talk Indiana Hoosiers. He was at the game last week.
Doug, we've adopted that team, even though Chairman Kurt has provided a clear path to the college football playoff for Missouri.
We had charts and graphs. Were you here yesterday? You were.
I was here, yes.
But Joe said he would only do the interview if I ask him questions in the voice of LaRussa. So I don't really have any Indiana Hoosier questions in mind yet that the skipper might hit Joe with. But that was the...
You would have to assume Kurt Signetti is a friend of the skippers. Somehow they know each other.
Probably goes back. Barry Weinberg was the trainer at Indiana. That was the connection to Bob Knight for Tony. That really did open the door for all of those college basketball types.
I didn't know that.
Tom Crean. Yeah, because Barry Weinberg at Indiana, trainer with Bob Knight. LaRussa gets to know Bob Knight because of Barry Weinberg, and then he starts all those college Tom Crean, Kevin O'Neill, just random basketball folks. It started with Weinberg and Bob Knight. There you go. Barry Weinberg wrote a book, how he has eaten every meal out.
Yep.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Every meal since
Every
when?
meal has been eaten out. He does not eat at home.
Huh.
Isn't that unbelievable? He wrote
Could
a whole
get
book
a little
about
expensive.
Yeah, I think he's a single man, so he had money to spend on food, but he wrote a book about it. Interesting, at least to me.
And during the season, he could probably eat lunch and dinner there
At the park,
stadium.
at the
old ball yard.
You could save a lot. If I was a rookie and they gave you that meal money, you just load up on a big old sandwich at the park.
That's what they do.
You bank it.
Yeah.
Guys, to be clear, that caller was not me. That was a fraudulent Scott, and I do not want to perish. Tim, please service my wife. Doug, that's from Scott's wrinkled ballsack.
It's eliminating.
Call him. Oh, the gong is out, Martin.
Does that mean you approved of the message?
That means Tim's lemmings are at it again, and they constantly throw hosannas at his feet.
Well,
And when
it's
they do,
understandable.
we ring the bell.
Professor Roy Hinckley is in the YouTube chat, and he said, "Who is this Kansas City asshat?" That's from Professor Roy Hinckley. Was that the Plowhawks teacher or something in Canton, Ohio? I think that's where we got it from Roy Hinckley. Am I right on that, Jackson?
Professor Roy Hinckley was a professor on Gilligan's Island.
Oh, is that right? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought the Plowhawk might have had a professor in Canton. Yeah, Jackson.
Plowhawk had somebody who was like moving weight, and that was his teacher, and and then one of his teachers was also like the mayor and the barber. He's like from Mayberry.
And refereed all the games,
Yeah.
youth sports games.
Yeah, Barney Fife.
Yeah.
You haven't cracked the code yet, Jackie, have you? I noticed the
we
screen.
are locked out.
It looks like it might be Siena, Italy, or maybe somewhere in Czechoslovakia.
Looks like
Whatever.
Austria.
Yeah, the listeners are the viewers on the YouTube channel. Oh, you can see a little bit of it at the very top middle screen. You can see how we can't get in there, and it shows all of the numbers and promotions and Blues schedule and so on. And Jackson has been locked out. They have changed the password from him, and so he is not able to get in. And Martin, this is a major concern this morning.
I hope it's not a step back, because my wife said yesterday she enjoys the show, and she goes, "I like that Jackson," and I said, "Boy, the alliance grows."
So now, Jackson, you're inviting
She's a big
Kim
fan.
to the alliance.
That's just so nice. You
She's
know?
a big fan. She said, he seems like a really good kid. And I said, he is. You know, I was at the gas station this morning, and I said, oh, he's a good kid. He's 40. And I called him. I said, oh, he's a good kid.
How do you like to be
Jackson-
called a kid when you're 20-something?
Well, it's all right.
Yeah, I think 26 can be a good
you're a
kid.
kid.
Especially working with people. I'm 22 years older than you.
I feel like it's kind of like when you work, like you talked about when you worked in Little Rock, everyone would call you a Yankee.
Yeah.
But if you like, Doug, when you
That's
were
what I was called as a Yankee, and I'm like, I'm from effing South St. Louis.
South?
Yeah.
Arkansas?
Doug, when you worked in Minnesota, they might have called you like a Southerner.
Yeah.
Anyone who's older than you might call you a kid, and anyone who's younger than you looks at you with a little bit more maturity. So I just think it's all about perspective.
Oh, be turned.
How about that? Little wise words from the
And then
26-year-old
there's
Jackson Burkett.
Nam, who called Tim. Kid. Where is kid?
Nalman's
Where's
here.
kid? Oh, he might be a good surprise. I'm talking like way down the road.
gosh, yeah.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be a good one?
Hey, guys, Jackson's shaking like a leaf with nerves with these password issues. It looks like he's trying to defuse a bomb. That's from Big Tuft.
More frustrated than nervous. I mean, it's not like that television screen is going to keep us on air, but it is a nice tool to have for all of us. So I'm trying to get it up. I don't know why it's not working, but I'll figure it out.
As a kid, when you think about all the jobs you might want to do as an adult, wouldn't bomb diffuser be about the last thing you'd think of?
Yeah, like Jeremy Renner in the Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
That sounds rough.
Doesn't it make you nervous just watching?
That's exactly the point, yeah.
Eric in the Central West End says Jackson is a good lib, and Jackson wants it to be clear that he finds Eric attractive, but he is not attracted to him.
Thank you. Yeah, you're nailing it. Thank you. That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'll
Doug,
take
what
compliments.
guys do you find attractive, but you're not attracted to?
I can't think of any, really.
Attractive, but not attracted to.
Right.
That's a good distinction.
Yeah, I think we'll
do we
do
have a
that in the
picture of
9
this
o'clock hour.
Eric gentleman? Do we know? How do we know?
Doug played Native American ball with his father.
Indian ball with his dad way back in the 60s.
I think you can say that.
That's why I try
say
to
it every
help him.
day. That's what
I try
we
to help
call
him
it.
out. Well, I wouldn't mind if you apologize now.
I don't feel the need to.
Oh, did you see? Oh, by the way, Strahan commented.
Yes.
Is this in the show?
I
Is it
didn't
in the
see that.
dossier?
I didn't see it.
Oh, we talked about it yesterday, how he didn't address the fake controversy, and now he has.
He did. He came home yesterday, and there was a reporter outside of his house with a phone in his face.
Are you serious?
He then took the phone and then threw the phone into a collection of shrubs. And then he was held accountable, of course, online for going after the reporter who was outside of his house. And then he decided, okay, I'm going to issue a statement. And he has. I watched the statement this morning.
So the statement was about the phone throwing?
The statement was in part about the phone throwing and then also the fact that he didn't have his hand over his heart on the Fox broadcast Sunday. So
People are
have that for
outraged.
you. Yeah, Doug, I know that you have been tweeting actively at Michael Strahan to hold him accountable.
I've never been this angry. I just see you guys stand up and look at the flag during the national anthem, and that's all he did. I'm out.
And what you do in your story about it, you say people are really upset, and then you say Susie in Charlotte, North Carolina, posted this.
That's exactly right. It sounds like you know the industry.
On the site formerly known as Twitter, but it's now called X, but you have to say formerly known as Twitter. Oh, and then Tom in Tulsa also was really upset.
Tommy in Tulsa.
Yes.
It's always alliteration, Doug. It always goes back to alliteration. Alt-right Burkett is trying to censor the TV screens. SMH ruin me. That's hashtag free perk. Brian Henshin, Martin, a fellow CBC alum who covers the Colts in Indianapolis and does a wonderful job, too.
Doesn't seem to spend a lot of time talking about the Colts. Not on this show. What do you think about their front seven, Doug?
Well, I think if they can stay healthy and just put their hands in the dirt and pin their ears back, they can cause some trouble for the signal caller.
Do?
IRC Eric is a hottie. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. So today is a big Wednesday. Erics are hot in the Air Comfort Service.
Eric Estrada, probably a friend of the Skippers.
Oh,
I had to
yeah.
guess.
See that too? Very attractive man. So what do we have here today, Doug? We have a big phone call Wednesday and a big Eric is hot Wednesday. On the program, in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can partake in the program and win fabulous prizes. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brown and Crouppen is the title sponsor of the show. They are local, and Andy Crouppen was in here yesterday regaling us with tales of Madison, Wisconsin. Founded in 1979, do you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Yes, you do. That's absolutely. If you are going to be working with Brown and Crouppen, you want somebody who knows the area and knows what to do in a crucial situation in which you have gotten their services. 314-222-2222 is the phone number. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. You're going to get great service and great results. They're the winningest and the kindest. You hear Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, and Terry Crouppen on TMA every week. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA on 101 ESPN. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Blues losing last night, Doug. The third period, problematic. And we will be discussing that. Jamie Rivers is going to be on the program. Jeremy Rutherford with two-part questions presented to you by Mark Hanna. That is coming your way here in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. It's a program that solicits your involvement via 2 different YouTube channels, 2 different neighborhoods, Doug. And I don't know how you would how would you describe the neighborhoods, Chairman Kurt? If you were making an analogy, there's the TMA STL channel. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. Okay. And then there's the 101 ESPN neighborhood. 57 people viewing on the 101 ESPN channel, 133 on the TMA STL channel.
To tie it into a former discussion on TMA, I'd say the TMA chat is more Webster Groves and 101 a little more Cottleville.
Oh, gosh. Those towns are arch rivals.
Yeah. I don't know if you knew that, Martin, that Webster Groves and Cottleville are blood rivals.
Is that why we're in Creve Coeur, just kind of right there in the middle?
Right in the middle. It's
We
kind
are
of Jefferson City.
in the middle.
Yep.
I understand people that are new to the show that don't get all the inside jokes because I'm new here too. And there is I'm only on episode 3 of TMA, so I'm a little behind. And you go back, it'll all make sense eventually. Because Uncle Jimmy's broken toaster used to date Mr. Lick's sister.
Sure.
But then they went to Swing Haven, and Billy's broken razor blade got upset with his cousin, and so therefore they weren't allowed to call into the show anymore. And it'll get
Something
you
like that.
Yeah, and then you get all caught up.
Okay.
Guys, is this Hubbard's passive-aggressive way to give Burke the boot? First, the password stop working, then you won't be able to scan your key card into the building. Think about it. That's from Jackson's buddy at Ladue and Missouri, Sweet Sweet Kai.
No.
Sweet Sweet Kai rakes bunkers in Martha's Vineyard.
I think he was on the fairway last week. He had
really?
been upgraded.
No, this isn't like my password. It's a password for this computer. It's just not working.
Jim Hannafin said he went to lunch working for the Big Red, and he came back and the locks were all changed. That's how he knew he was fired.
God.
That's one way to fire a coach.
And it's quick work by the locksmiths,
Yes.
too.
Well,
It takes a while to change them.
Handy probably took a long lunch, to be honest.
A lot of Ozempic ass in the 101 chat.
Oh.
Doug, what is Ozempic ass? That's from Doug's prison wallet, by the way.
Heavy set people?
Can we please talk Oma case and not Icky Wiki Sports? That's from Mr. Licks. Doug, what's Oma case? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Is it typo there, maybe? I don't know.
It's Mr. Licks. He's an educated man. I can't
Oma
imagine
case.
it.
I don't know what that would mean. Got us on that one.
The TMA YouTube chat is full of perverts and carport owners. That's from Gary Pinkle's cell phone etiquette.
You got a carport, Martin?
I don't. Hoping to. You got a spot for somebody? Carport, Jimmy?
Well, there's been some people concerned that there's a lot of carports in Tim's neighborhood.
That's right. The cat, actually. The cat was the one who made the observation.
Really?
He termed it Carport Village.
He did. Carport Village. Cardinals are trying to acquire it.
Those things collapse on a big snow day. Those can be a little
Well, they can,
dangerous.
sure.
Yeah, you get all that snow up there.
How about this? DJ Patty Cakes, TMA's
Hold
chat.
on, TJ Patty
You like
Cakes?
that? This is in the YouTube chat. TMA is the vibrant, alive, American-loving Republican Party. 101 YouTube chat is the depressing, everything is racist, and I'm a victim Democrat Party. Doug, are we going to talk politics?
I guess we're underway now. Was that Eric in the Central West End?
No, that was DJ Patty Cakes, unless maybe he's got a nom de plume in there. Watching the Blues game last night, I thought the first period was pretty good. No score, but impressive play, especially considering what had taken place on Saturday night. Then they finally get their first power play goal, but not one, but two. How do you do as you head into the third period? And then, Doug, problems, and would you say problems in the third period, Mike?
I would say, they gave up 3, including one with 1:47 to go. The Blue, they're already 16 points out of the lead in the division.
That's because
not that
chasing down a historic run of the Winnipeg Jets.
Not that anyone had them pegged for a contender to win the division, but they're falling out of the race fast here, as strong as some of these other teams are in the Central.
That had to be a more disheartening loss than Saturday, because Saturday you just get clobbered. You flush the tape, Tim, much like those shows in Little Rock. You just flush the tape.
Gotta go.
Don't go back and look at it. So I think they just wanted to come out and play better. They do. They're winning the dreaded 2-goal lead. I think it, Doug, every time that happens. And to lose that game, I would think it's more disheartening than what happened on Saturday, because you played well, and that third goal, I think Bennington thought he had it, just sort of trickled right between his legs. It was a bad break at that point. The second goal, I think he was screened. So you really played pretty well and still walk away with a brutal loss. That's a tough 2 games because, one, they're different. But now you have to kind of get your head back up and somehow regroup. And they're probably looking at the standings. They all say they don't. I heard where. That's what Tony would just say. I heard where. Well, it's not. I heard where. Their standings are right in front of you. I would think that team's a little demoralized right now, to be candid.
Well, 3 of their losses here over the last couple of weeks, outside of the 8-1 debacle on Saturday night, have included games in which they were a couple of minutes away from picking up just 1 point. You had the giveaway in Philadelphia. You had what took place last week against Utah. And then once again, you're, about 100 seconds away from picking up a point, including that's a period where you had a 2-0 lead in a season in which, Martin, you've called it chasing the game. And instead, this time, you miss out on another point. So that has been an unfortunate theme, these late losses that cost them at least the opportunity to pick up 1 point, and then the high variance that is the overtime.
Well, John Kelly said yesterday the Blues had yet to score. The last 7 games they hadn't scored first. That leads to chasing the game. So they score first. They scored the first 2. And in the third period, Braden Shen, after the game, was basically saying we just kind of collapsed. He said the whole thing was in our end. I forget how he phrased it, but he was very critical, again, I think, of how they went about it. He said we took our foot off the gas, just sort of, it was a collapse, but a different type than it was on Saturday night. And again, at some point, you got to get points. Doug, you got to get points.
Well, points are precious. Did anyone mention that the ice was tilted? You hear that sometimes when the other team spends half the game in your zone. It is frustrating. You wonder how long they let it go before they do something drastic. I mean, it's still early in the season, obviously. But we've seen it before where they don't wait very long. If it looks like things are off the rails, they'll do something.
Like fire a coach just to do it?
Well, yeah, they might. I mean, if...
Really? You think that they might fire Drew Bannister?
Well, I don't think they would at this point. But, I mean, if you fire Berube, I don't think anything's off the table.
This leads me to the FCI, Tim. We did not get to this.
What is the FCI?
The FCI is the Fan Confidence Index.
Oh.
And this would be a great text topic. And I include Missouri, Illinois, and all your St. Louis teams. Because people...
Wow.
Eli Drinkwitz is winning a lot of games, but he can frustrate folks. But he's winning a lot of games. Coach Gates just snapped a 20-game losing streak.
2-game winning streak now, Martin.
Ali Marmol has a lot of critics out there as well. Drew Bannister's new. So FCI is your Fan Confidence Index. Who would be number 1? Maybe Brad Underwood, because they did go to the Elite 8 last year. He's been there for a while. Bielema's relatively new. Drink's been doing the most winning in the last. I mean, maybe Anthony Becht is on there.
Are you taking questions or are you not? Doug
yes.
doesn't. That's why
I'm not
text.
taking
That's
any
why I
questions,
asked.
not this early.
Well, it's Wednesday, so we'll take questions.
On the Fan Confident Index, is this like projecting over the next year?
No,
or
current
just based
status.
at exactly where it is right
status,
now.
yes. Right now, the coach that you have the most confidence in to kind of do a good job for your team, or just assessing the local landscape. Like, I won't throw Andy Reid in there because he would be number 1. But of the Illinois, Mizzou coaches, the St. Louis coaches, my main point is, and the city doesn't even have a permanent head coach. John Hackworth is the interim still, I guess. They might be waiting for the MLS season to play out, and then they'll figure it out. But right now, my point is, I don't think there's a lot of confidence across the board.
I agree with you. Your question forces local sports fans to stare into the abyss. Because this is, we've all been lucky enough to, and any sports fan in St. Louis, especially if you were old enough to experience the Rams, which means if you're 24 years or older, I mean, in 2000, the famous Sporting News cover, but that was a Cardinal team that won the division, a really good team, too, in 2000. You had the Rams coming off a Super Bowl championship, and the Blues had won the President's Trophy that year. This right now, Doug, I describe it as the winter of our discontent.
Is that what you do?
It's the winter of our discontent.
Okay.
The Cardinals are in something that they're not calling a rebuild. The Blues are struggling, to be polite. Missouri has a wonderful record, but I don't think that there's a lot of enthusiasm for how the team has performed, and if they would have had a schedule not even as difficult as Georgia or Florida's, the record most likely wouldn't be sitting at 7-2. So therefore, I think the number one answer would have to be Brad Underwood, and it's not even really a sweat. I think if I were buying stock in a coach, which is a different conversation, it would be Josh Schertz.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I forgot to put him on the list in my mental list.
Well, that's because he wants to come in here and replace
I think of him as a radio
replace him
I'd
as the
switch
Billikens head
jobs.
coach.
Yeah, do that in a second.
Wow, not a lot of passion for this
He's
presentation.
making millions.
I like that, Chaffetz. You're right, though. I think confidence, like that fan base is 100% in on him. They have no questions. A lot of Mizzou fans love what's happening with the Tigers and Coach Drink, and they love when he trolls other coaches or media members. They're all in. Not everybody is.
Right.
I think percentage-wise, though, if I had to rank them, I think you're right. I think Schertz would be number one. Maybe Brad
Underwood. As far as
Underwood.
buying stock.
Yeah.
And currently it's Brad Underwood.
But I think Schertz is like people are already there, even though they haven't done anything.
Right.
They're all in, especially because he can multitask and host radio shows.
That's correct. I think that's the biggest
kind of
thing.
angle for Doug's job.
The other fellows can't.
Who would be at the bottom? It might be Dennis Gates. You just lost 20 in a row. That's hard to do.
I think if you ask that question, it's going to be Ali Marmol. And here's my reasoning for that. The Cardinals, as far as front of mind in this metropolitan area, are so much higher than Missouri basketball, which is back page, similar to any college basketball program. And we're sitting here breaking down Dennis Gates, Josh Schertz, and Brad Underwood. But I think the one who catches the most hell is Ali Marmol. And I think that's an insta-call. I think Underwood's clear one and Marmol's clear last. That's where I would be on that.
I would like to also announce that the FCI was not a well-researched department. I scribbled it the other day, so I like this topic. I did a little workshopping on the air.
Are you in agreement on that?
Yeah, well, I think the Cardinals are the number one topic. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He catches the most. If you named Terry Francona the manager tomorrow, we'd be on here in April like, what was he doing? Why did he take him out in the eighth? There would be the baseball scrutiny is nonstop.
Right.
Like Mizzou basketball, nobody's breaking it down. His rotation. I'm sorry.
But with that established, when people would complain about Marmol on TMA when we were in the closet next to the Pissa or on Balloon Party, Glory Days, that's exactly right. I would say, whoever you think is the best manager in baseball, Bruce Bochy, Brian Snitker, whoever you would throw out there, do you think that if they were managing this roster that they would have been a division champion? And I would disagree with that. So I think if you're going to bitch about Mazalok and the roster construction, then to also bitch about Marmol. It's not to say that both can't be substandard. I'm just saying I think one has to be more true than the other as far as being responsible for the franchise's issues. It's 7:34 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. The accessibility of the people who run the dealerships is the thing that separates them, and they want to make sure they are accessible to all TMA listeners. So much so that Jamie Burkhardt, whose name's on the dealership in Alton, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, and Peter Munganess, they set up a number for TMA listeners for you to call or text with any questions or requests you may have. Doug, here is the number.
Oh, I'd like to hear it.
314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. Go online and go shopping right now at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. And that is where you can check all of the inventory that they have, both new and pre-owned vehicles. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. Wonderful people who we advocate for here on this program. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Holiday season is here. That means the gift-giving season is also here. How about giving the gift of me time? And when we talk about me time, it's Massage Envy. That's the M, that's the E, and you can give the gift of a Massage Envy gift card, and they can use it for whatever. Massage, facial, stretch session. If you give that to someone else, that means they're going to enjoy some real me time. That is a great gift. And now, through December 31st, through the end of the year, when you buy $100 in gift cards, you'll get a free $20 promo card to keep for yourself, or you can add it to someone's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. Think about that. It is a great gift. People often don't take time to take care of themselves, and you can give the gift of me time with a Massage Envy gift card. In addition to that $100 gift card, you'll get a free $20 promo card to add to the gift or to keep for yourself. It's all where better begins at Massage Envy. This offer is good in location only, not available online. The terms apply. You can see franchised locations for details. But this holiday season, think about giving me time with Massage Envy.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night, final score of 3-2 to the Boston Bruins. Off day today, the Blues are back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Buffalo Sabres. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Settle in, Martin. This is for you.
This is really nice.
October buzz.
Put a lot of work into that.
Mm-hmm. This is Doug's favorite line coming up. Martin, you need to hear it.
Some do.
Sing it, Doug.
There it is.
It's like a sound-off letter come to life via music. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. My name's Tim McKernan. To my right is Doug Vaughn. To his right is Martin Kilcoyne. And directly in front of us is Jackson Burkett Ledoux, class of 2016. And behind Martin is Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. And Doug, they are not happy in the TMA YouTube chat.
What are they upset about now?
They are not happy in the
What is it?
What's the beef?
Let's see what we got. Hold on. First off, Professor Roy Hinckley says, Tim, I imagine that your mic is my love as it aggressively lunges toward your man mouth.
Okay.
Because this mic is very...
Stop it, Hinckley.
It is very... Oh, I got it to... Okay. Let's see. Drink, and it's not even close. This is from NY. Now, Jackson theorizes that there's a thing called Tiger Nationalists, and he excitedly came into the studio yesterday to show me the head Tiger Nationalist account.
That's right.
And I don't know if this is the head account that is in the YouTube chat. He's going by the name NY. Doug, do you know NY
No, I don't
in the
know.
YouTube chat? He says the number one coaches drink, and it's not even close.
This would be on the FCI Fan Confidence Index.
Of area coaches / managers.
Which largely was brought up to illustrate that there's not a lot of confidence across the board.
This is the winter of our discontent.
Yeah, in the grouping, because if you think back, there was a minute there where you had Dick Vermeil, Tony La Russa, Joe Quenneville. I mean, that's a murderer's row. Even Mike Martz, La Russa, Quenneville. You had to, and now it's kind of shaky, the status, I think, of a lot of these coaches. But the Mizzou Nationalists, I think, are fully on board.
I guess it would be
with Coach
Drinkwitz
Drink.
just in terms of recent success. I mean, he took over a program that was going nowhere, and we got stadiums that are sold out now for almost 2 seasons in a row. You got good winning records. You know, it hasn't always been pretty how they got there, but there isn't another coach really outside of, I guess, Brad Underwood took over a program that was still in pretty good shape, decent shape. Brett
Jackson, who would you answer?
Maybe not.
The coach that fans should have the most confidence in.
No, who you
Or
do,
you,
baby?
it's you.
Who
It's
you
all
do,
you
baby?
personally,
Everybody
yeah.
wants to hear your opinion. You're the prince. Not
And you got
not
the
me.
big board working.
Yeah, you got to log in. They let you back in.
Wow, it's
Was
a tough
the
question.
password Tim Socks? What was it?
It was.
Okay, it was. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they need to change it because everybody would guess that's what it
It
is.
was Francis Park. I think that I would go probably Underwood. Because, like with Drink, we've seen him time and time again mismanage the clock, which nowadays delegated play calling both offensive and defensively. Like, that's kind of your biggest thing is managing the clock. Gates, I disagree with a lot of what he does on the floor.
He just wants an 8-player rotation, Doug. That's Jackson's mission.
And let's maybe not sell out on every closeout. And
Sell out on the closeout.
It's like John Wooden's in here under
just
the board.
flying by guys so high up in the passing lane. Guess what? They're going to back cut.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, you're not going to get a steal if you're all the way up in the passing lane. You got to bait them a little. Either way.
He doesn't sell out on the closeouts?
No, he does. They never try. I'm not getting into it.
Don't get angry.
You got a chalkboard, Jackie?
If you need me to.
Grease board over there? You
I
drawing
can-
it up?
Don't get me started, Martin.
Were you a Conzo guy? Because there were a lot of late game strategy things, and one of them was they didn't foul, and they were down 1 or 2, and they let the other team take the clock down to like 1.8. And he said after the game, well, we were just going to let the clock play out so we could get the ball back. And everybody said, but you'd get the ball back with 1.7 seconds. Like it made 0 sense.
I was a big fan of Conzo's recruiting ability. And remember, that's before NIL. So getting guys like Michael Porter Jr. to Missouri was honestly more important than anything. So at the beginning, yes. At the end, he never really developed an offense. So that was a problem. I'd say Underwood. I mean, he's had the most success, I would say, relative. Maybe Drink would be up there. But Marmol, I don't think managers matter as much as the other sports.
So in the YouTube chat, where 207 Friends of the Feather have gathered in the TMA YouTube chat, that's youtube.com/TMASTL. 80 are in the 101 ESPN chat. It just depends on your neighborhood.
Well, sure.
Because Chairman Kurt says the TMA chat is Webster Groves and the 101 chat is Cottleville. Am I correct on that? That's the...
Yeah, that's how I labeled it.
So it depends on
what does that mean? Is KG taking questions? I can't see him.
He's taking a lot of calls.
He's talking to a lot of folks offline, and yet they don't get on the air. But we did have a Chiefs O-line breakdown.
We did have a Chiefs offensive line call.
Here he comes. Webster seems a little highbrow for the TMA audience, doesn't it? A little expensive neighborhood.
Well, they're just a little more established. They've been around a little longer.
I could give you Shrewsbury. That's close to Webster.
Ooh, Shrewsbury Lanes.
Yeah.
So that's the delineation is who's been around longer.
Is that how you arrived there, Chairman?
Yeah.
You just made that up, no?
I just want to get to Steven's question. Steven's got a real interesting...
Oh, wow.
I couldn't answer.
Sorry, we're talking.
I wanted to answer for him.
All right, Jackson, put Steven on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Steven. You're on with the great Doug Vaughn.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, how you doing this morning?
Oh, fine. How are you?
I'm doing fine. And
All
good morning, TMA.
Well,
I
good
like
morning,
that. How about
right back
that?
Get that off, Jackson.
I got a big question for you.
All right.
All right. The song you were playing about the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. What is the name of that song and who sings it?
It's a great question right there. Jackson, what is the answer?
So it's called "You Will Never Be Cardinals." It's a remix of "Royals" by Lord.
Was that 2011 Royals by Lord?
I don't know the
Later.
years.
I think
That sounds
later.
about right. That sounds about right.
I'm going to go later.
Chairman
But
Kirk,
that
you want to crowdsource that?
that is it's a remix of the song "Royals" by Lord, and it's called "You Will Never Be Cardinals."
Did you like it, Steven?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I like the line, the players play for the fans and not the money.
Yeah, I don't agree with that all the time.
No, that's a good thing to
sometimes it's
disagree
true.
with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been a Cardinal fan for, let's see,
Yeah.
63 years now.
Really?
Yes.
Lived in St. Louis all that time?
Yes. I've lived here all the time. My mother took me to my first game when I was 4 years old.
Yeah. At Sportsman's Park.
At Sportsman's Park, yes.
What's the best Cardinal team you've seen in your lifetime, Steven? I'm always curious about that for historical reference.
How many what?
What was the best Cardinal team you've seen in your lifetime? Which year? Which club?
With Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, and all of them.
So like 67, I guess?
68 was probably
yes.
better.
Yeah.
68, and then they lost the 3-1 lead to the Tigers.
Yeah.
Kurt Flood.
Yep. That was it. We used to take the old Grand Trolley all the way up to Sportsman's Park, sit in the bleachers for $2, and then come back home after the game. And I didn't care whether we won or lost. I saw some of the best damn games I'd ever seen.
Yeah. What do you think now?
And-
What's your current satisfaction with the squad right now?
Satisfaction with the team, if they would leave the young guys alone
Okay.
and stop screwing around with them, we'd be okay.
I kind of like this, Steven.
I gotta say, Jordan Walker might agree because we had a soundbite at the end of the year. He basically said he stopped doing what they told him, and he was just fine.
Well, you take a look at it this way. Look at how many home runs Jordan Walker hit in the last month of baseball. If I remember
6, I
right,
believe.
he hit 6 of them. If you take 6 of those times 6 months, there's 36 home runs.
How about that, Doug?
Pretty
I
nice
didn't know
year.
it was going to be math.
I am tired.
Well,
Here's the big rule. You got to get rid of Pomo. And I mean poor-ass John Mozeliak.
don't say
he's got
ass.
material.
I like that.
I didn't see Steven swearing. I didn't see that coming.
I like it, Steven.
Oh, hell no.
Get comfortable.
I'm a
Get
man
comfortable
that
here.
tells it
Come
like
after
it
Martin. He
is.
deserves
I
it.
don't
He's on
care
the
if you
line.
like it or not. I'm going to tell you whose face you're rubbing up against.
Yeah.
Nice.
Really?
And Mozeliak
Yeah.
is rubbing up against the Cardinals fans. He's screwing himself.
I like this, Stephen. I like this guy.
Couple of years for
call
sure.
in every Wednesday at about 7:40.
We need you to be a friend of the show.
I like
and I'll
this
tell
guy.
you, usually you call into this program and the texters hold you accountable. And Mr. Big Cream, and Doug, you know Mr. Big Cream, he says, make this guy a regular. I'll fight anyone who comes after him.
Thank you.
It's from Mr. Big Cream.
See, I agree.
Stephen, thank you so much
if
for
you
the
want to
phone
know
call.
me as a regular, here's what you're going to find.
Okay.
You find it under card fan or card can fan.
Card can
I'm
fan.
a Cardinal fan. I'm a Kansas City fan.
Oh,
I'm a St. Louis Blues fan.
Yeah.
And I'm a hater of three people. John Mozeliak, Kroenke, and the owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh,
Wow,
Jerry.
that's a unifying topic.
Yeah,
You're probably
I
going to have
gotta
the
say,
highest
that's a-
approval rating going here, Stephen.
Yeah, because they screwed everybody.
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys and Kroenke screwed St. Louis out of the best football team they could have had.
That's what
And
we can have.
Mozeliak has screwed up the Cardinals so damn much it's going to take us 2 years to get us back together. But leave the young guys alone, and you will have one of the best years you ever thought before you do a remake or something.
Okay. I like Stephen. Stephen, welcome aboard. Are you in Cottleville?
No, I'm not in Cottleville.
Okay. Don't get
I'm in
angry.
Festus, Missouri.
Festus?
Festus.
One
All
of
right.
the Twin Cities.
Yeah, Crystal.
Yeah.
Festus.
Well,
Yeah,
I have a
Crystal
carport.
City and Festus.
Good. Okay. Right, straight down 55.
I enjoyed
Stephen, thank
Stephen's
you so
call.
much for the
I'm
phone
not
call.
on the
Don't be a
next side
stranger.
of the road.
Okay.
What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know, he was never going to get that.
He was.
So I just-
You just pop him?
I had to.
Got him!
Jackson
We said goodbye. We said
No, he said I
goodbye.
have a carport in the middle of the road.
No, you said that. There was a big drop/phone call combination.
I like to
there.
mix it in.
I did think, being an older Cardinal fan calling in, he would just get nuked or bleached by the texters, but I think they enjoyed it. Then he came with a little venom at the end, which I think the current sports fan enjoys. But when he gave his three most hated, I felt like he was pausing, like he wasn't sure, but I think he did it for dramatic effect.
Yeah.
Step aside, Janet. There's a new caller of the year candidate. That's from Big Tough. TMA is like a trailer park where none of the guys have employment and they hook up with each other in between Madden seasons.
That's not what
That's
it's
from
like.
the dot period.
Oh,
Have you ever seen that at like a truck stop when you go there really early in the morning and there's like 8 to 10 guys just sitting around having a small cup of coffee?
no, I don't hang out at truck stops. with
Relaxed
gentlemen.
denim and just kind of talking over cell phone clips. That's kind of what this is, and I like that.
You hang out at
we're-
truck stops?
Well, you go travel on the road. I think this is what you see.
Jackson hates Catholics and the olds. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Not true.
Could have been your father or grandfather.
No.
You like a flying J on the road?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm. That's what I'm talking about.
You know why they're standing around? They're waiting for the shower to come
That's
up.
right.
Yeah, that's
Jackson,
true.
you ever going to those truck stop showers?
No, but I do. I'm kind of curious.
About the shower.
314-399-9646. Text in.
It'd be a solo mission. I'm not talking about teaming up.
Interesting.
But I'm saying like just to see what the cleanliness is like. Are they providing shampoo and soap, or you have to bring that yourself?
Probably so.
Well, can we send you with a recorder to a Flying J? Or what are the travel? There's a couple of big loves. Yeah.
Last time I took a topless picture, I got made fun of for like 2 or 3 years
We
running.
don't want pictures. I'm saying
You said recorder.
File a report. Yeah, like a hand. This is radio. You would have a handheld recorder, and you would walk us through it.
Right.
I'm at the Flying J's. I'm here in Effingham. Looks like there is a soap dispenser. Can you give us an actual report?
All right.
Yeah, you could go to Columbia with me for senior day, and then on the way home, maybe Kingdom City. We hit one of the truck stops.
Yeah. I'm
Chairman
thinking.
Kurt will get video of that when you go to the truck stop shower.
And you'll be topless?
Well, if I'm going to shower,
When was the last time you were topless in a truck stop?
never. That's the problem. That's why I'm curious about the showers.
Okay.
So then, instead of Larry Nichols' rankings of the countries, you could give us the top truck stops.
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Jackson's in. Sounds good.
The song Royals 2013, released by
Really?
Lord. I know it was big in 2015 when they won the World Series, but I guess it had been out for a little bit. 2013 is according to the webs.
Don't they have a pretty big truck stop in Fenton that would be closer, a little more convenient for you?
You're talking
Isn't
about the
that
Wallies?
Well, the one that's just a little
by
east of
Soccer
Walls.
Park, right?
Yeah, by Soccer Park.
That's
There's a big one there.
I don't go there that often.
Fenton's not good enough for you.
What was that
You're
about?
from Ladue. You
I
don't
just
go south of 44.
I don't go there that often. I don't go to Fenton that often.
Well, where are you seeing all
Brother.
these guys on their phones drinking coffee?
Going through Illinois. I got a lot of family in Illinois. People don't know about my blue-collar roots, but I'll keep it up. It's true.
I'd break from that alliance now, Martin. It's going downhill.
I don't know. I'm
the
staying.
Orson Woods Wacko says, how shocking, the Virgin is a truck stop hua.
No, what? I just said.
Stop hua.
I just said that's what I imagine. This guy's like hanging out with his buddies. They're all drinking, again, small cups of black coffee and just talking it over. A lot of relaxed denim. They're just hanging out.
Relaxed denim.
Yeah, like light colored
overalls?
Wranglers. Yeah, well, not overalls.
All right.
I just heard KG say, yeah, he's back. And I don't know who he's from.
Yeah, we're
Doug,
talking
probably.
about Doug's back, maybe. From
Yeah, he's back.
California.
Rich Gould was back yesterday.
Rich Gould has walked into the... Martin, tell people about Design Air because they sponsor the email today, and Seth Goldcamp's a wonderful gentleman. He's online at designairservice.com.
Well, the
longest running sponsor.
And the key to the email of the day is for there be material to react to, and I think we've done our part. Just like Seth and his family have done their part for all these years. Fourth generation, how about that? Fourth generation St. Louis business, Seth Goldcamp and the family, serving over tens of thousands of folks since 1904. Longest running TMA supporter. Don't hold that against them. And if you want to book an appointment, it's real simple. Just go online, designair.net. And the key is when they come into your home, they're going to let you know what needs to be fixed versus what needs to be replaced, because a lot of folks are trained in that industry to come in and upsell you right away. Oh, I'm going to have to replace it, but you didn't even look at it. No, what they do is they work with their employees. They train them to make sure you're not being upsold. Take that reputation very seriously at Design Air, and they should, because they've been doing it a long time. A lot of satisfied customers, including this team right here. Yeah, we're a team. Website, easy to navigate. Go online and schedule the appointment. It's cold out, man. It really is. It's winter. You know what? It's cold because it's November, guys. Designair.net is the bottom line. All you need to know with your HVAC needs. Seth Goldcamp and family will take good care of you at designair.net.
There it is, Design Air, heating and cooling sponsor of the email today. Here, you can send yours in to compete with the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It comes your way at 1040. Buck Swope, the greats. JV golf coach, the greats. Doug, we've got legends who email into this show.
Yeah. And we got a lot of people who choose not to. Good on them.
All right, we'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it and participate in the chat at TMA's YouTube channel and 101 ESPN's YouTube channel as well. This is 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Martin, it's 8:02, but we're still in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. The code words for behind the scenes here, Doug, we're in 7-4.
Segment 4 in the 7 o'clock hour.
That's right.
Okay.
But it's 8:02. You follow?
Not really, no.
We need to get to 8-1 because that's when we talk to Jamie Rivers.
That's right.
Okay.
Jeremy Rutherford is in 9-1.
Is he in studio?
That is a good question. Oftentimes, well, when they're at home, I feel like
bad answer to a good question.
more often than not, he does come in, but I can't be sure of it. He texted me just to confirm time. So right now, I'm planning on him being on the telephone, but I hope to see his face because I love talking to JR.
Vladimir Burkett, you should interrupt one of those meetings at a truck stop and read aloud Karl Marx book. See how it goes. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. He's really on you today, Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's new?
Are there a lot of communists at the truck stops?
Can't imagine. Can't imagine. No.
Make communism great again? Are they meeting for black coffee?
Again, it's just a lot of, the cell phone clips on the side of the belt?
I don't know what that... Oh, that's, okay.
Yeah.
I think you meant like a video.
That type of fellow?
Light tan boots that look like you might be able to do some work or just lounge around. That's what I'm seeing a lot of.
I see some of those like at McDonald's. If you stop at a highway McDonald's somewhere, where you see some guys who look like they're farmers.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and they're done for the year, so they meet every morning and sit and have a cup of coffee.
There's always loose change on the table.
Oh, sure there is, yeah.
Oh, I do like that. That is it's the Munganess 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN, even though it is 8:04. You're welcome to call in. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 and call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the text inbox, or excuse me, the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL apps here on 101 ESPN. Get involved and participate in the YouTube chat as well. That is how you can experience the magic of the program, whether it be the 101 ESPN YouTube chat or the TMA YouTube chat. The 101 ESPN YouTube chat is Cottleville per Chairman Kurt, and there's 84 people in there talking. Cards Nation 95.
Oh, what happened to him?
He's in there chatting. I was a fan of his work as well.
He needs to call in and sort of give us a gauge as to how the show's doing.
Yeah.
He was willing to give us a chance, I believe.
Well, let's see. And he was not a fan of Steven's call, even though Steven had a wonderful approval rating.
Really?
Yeah, he was not a fan. He blew it. Never come back, Steven. That's Cards Nation 95. And Cards Nation 95, who is a trucker, says, "You're no trucker, Jackson, LMFAO."
Did I? Jesus. How did I ever claim to be a trucker? I saw what I saw. I wouldn't mind
what
it.
I saw. By the way, that Flying J, that's Jimmy Haslam, the Browns owner. That's Flying J. That's how he made all his money with all those showers.
Respect to all truckers out there, really are. But doesn't that job
that seem trite?
No. Doesn't that job seem just ripe for hemorrhoids?
Oh.
So you gave a shout out, and then it's like the roast.
I was just
say something terrible. That's it. But Bill's a great husband.
That's a hard job.
100%.
Thankless.
Who's Bill?
I just
absolutely
thank them.
necessary, and you don't even have a chauffeur's license.
I just thank them. I'm just asking, don't you think that job in particular is ripe for hemorrhoids?
I guess.
Well,
And that's why you want to take your curious tongue into the truck stop?
All right, well, next time you guys ask me a question, you know what? I'm not answering. I'm giving you nothing.
Look at this. There's a little
He's honestly mad.
I'm giving you nothing. I'm going on an island. No alliances.
Warson Woods Wacko finally got to him. He broke him. Jamie Rivers going to join us coming up as we start the 8 o'clock hour. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he's the best at it. How many people in the mortgage industry give out their cell phone number for you to call them directly? Stewie does, and his number is 314 314-4440. That's 314-324-4440. The mortgage industry continues to fluctuate, and there's no doubt that the remainder of 2024 will be quite interesting when it comes to rates. So if you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you're going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Simply call his cell phone, and I know you'll have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the bagel loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie is all about the customer and making sure you're taken care of. Your home is the biggest investment you make in your life. Take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Our 8 o'clock hour presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. And it is our pleasure right now to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Jamie Rivers. Morning, Jamie.
Hey, boys. How you doing? It's nice to see you guys are right on time, as usual.
Oh, Doug. He's giving us the business, isn't he?
Oh, it's never simple.
In soccer, they call it extra time. Right now, we're in extra time. Stoppage time.
We keep this up. We'll call it injury time, okay, boys?
Injury time. You know whose fault it is? Jackson.
Poor Piddles. He gets blamed for everything.
Poor Piddles. He gets blamed for everything.
Jamie, you looking to join an alliance?
Yes, a massive alliance, a power alliance.
Oh, look at that.
Cooking.
Maybe Jamie and Jackson are going to... Jackson, did you get a chance to see the game last night?
No.
Jamie, thoughts?
Well, I thought the effort was really good overall. I thought the third period was... I thought the Blues in the third period sat back. They looked like a team that was happy to be up 2-0. They'd scored a couple of power play goals, and they desperately wanted to get the win. But they played that tentative, safe, like guard the lead kind of hockey. And it just doesn't work that way, guys. Not unless you're the New Jersey Devils in 1993 does that work. And the rules were different back then. You could grab onto a guy, you could hook a guy, you could slow the game down. You can't do that in today's NHL. So you might as well just keep your foot on the gas and keep playing the way you did to get to the point where you're up 2-0. So that's my overall thought of the game.
How do they not notice it in the moment? Because I heard Shen say that after the game, that they essentially didn't play scared, but sort of eased up. How do they not? I mean, it's not a tactical decision, right? Where they're saying, okay, stay back. I mean, how does it happen?
The way it starts, Marty, is like you start talking on the bench. You just make sure you're smart with the puck and don't get caught too many guys in. Hey, defense, don't get caught pinching down the wall. Now everybody, instead of thinking like, we're moving forward here like an army, you're on your heels. Like, okay, well, let's not do something too aggressive because we don't want to give up the lead or we don't want to let them score. And then it just sort of becomes the way you start to play. And when you give up ice like that to the opposition, well, they take ice. So now what went from you being aggressive to now you're on your heels, the other team now becomes aggressive because you're giving them time and space. And so now they're starting to put their game together. Some of their star players, example, David Pastrnak, he starts to feel good about himself out there. And he's on the ice every second shift, and he's going for it. And Jim Montgomery's putting Marchand and Pastrnak together all of a sudden. They hadn't played together all night, but in the third period, they're together every other shift. So that's what happens is it's almost like the quicksand effect to where, once you realize what's going on, once you realize you're in the quicksand, then you start to struggle, and it's, then there's no point.
We're 16 games into the season now. Has your opinion changed at all about how good this team can be now from where it was maybe when the season began?
It really hasn't, and these injuries really have screwed things up. And everybody always says, I hate to use injuries as an excuse. Well, guess what? I'm going to use them because it's a fact. You got some of your best players that are out. Robert Thomas, your best forward, he's out. Philip Broberg, when he went out, may have been your best overall player on the team, never mind best defenseman. He's out. Nick Leddy, who's a top pair defenseman, he's out. Matthew Joseph, who's one of your best forecheckers, he was out for 6 games. When you have injuries like that, they're no longer looking past, it's not an excuse. No, it's just a fact. You don't have the same lineup on a nightly basis, so how can you be the same team? So I still believe in the team that started the season, and I know it's going to be a while before we get everybody back into the lineup. But I do believe that the team that started the season has every chance to make the playoffs. And now the team we're seeing right now, they're trying, man. They're trying to figure it out. They're trying to battle through this. They're trying to kick the can down the road to get those guys back from injury, while at the same time trying to stay competitive. I like this team. I like the makeup of it. I think overall it's been a real positive experience, especially with all the new faces in the lineup.
I just want to keep the theme of the show going, Jamie. Have you ever taken a shower at a truck stop? Because Jackson is willing to do it as part of an investigative piece that TMA is working on.
Yeah, very excited about the opportunity as well, Jamie.
Yeah, you know what? I did take a shower at a truck stop one time.
Oh.
I was driving from New York City back to St. Louis. I was following my season with the Islanders. And back then what I did was I would leave at dinner time and just drive through the night because there's nobody on the road, so you can kind of drive. I don't want to be unsafe here, but as fast as you'd like. And, not too many cops are buzzing around at 3 a.m. wanting to pull people over. But then I think it was about 7 to 8 hours out of St. Louis, and I was feeling kind of tired and whatnot, so I pulled over. There had to be No, Doug, not quite. I pulled over to a truck stop, took a shower to kind of wake up a little bit. It was an interesting experience, to say the least. Thank God there was really nobody was there, which was nice because, Tim, some of those places can get awkward at times.
Yeah. Awkward or inviting, it just depends on your perspective. Any advice for Jackson as he heads out to these truck stops to investigate on behalf of the program?
Best way to meet a cute trucker?
Yeah, well, that I don't know. But as far as advice for Jackson, I would use the buddy system, Jackson. Based on your physical appearance and your overall demeanor, you'd probably be called fresh fish.
Oh, no.
That's hot.
Like in Shawshank?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Poor Tim Robbins.
I'd find
sisters.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Friend. I'd find your biggest buddy and bring him with you.
Okay.
Fresh fish at the truck stop.
I was looking to go during high foot traffic hours, prime time, not this off hours.
Increase your chances.
Well, get to know everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good luck with that.
Jamie Rivers giving his perspective on the Blues and local truck stops here on TMA. Catch him on the fast lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Jamie, thank you for dropping by the program as always, sir.
No problem, boys. Have a good one.
There he is, Jamie Rivers, with us on the
Rivesy.
Collier and Thompson phone lines and giving us some counsel for Jackson, who is going to be heading out to investigate local truck stops. So that'll be a nice feature for us.
What would his hockey nickname be at Rivers? Would that be
Rivs.
Not Rivsy.
Well,
River.
Well, if his last name were Rivs, what would his nickname be? Rivers.
Probably.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Rivesy?
Because Pronger's nickname, what's his nickname?
Prongs.
See? Saying that's how you can figure it out.
Okay.
Berkey?
Yeah. Yep.
Mickey?
Big dog is what they call me.
They call you Big Dog on the ice?
Well, they would, yeah.
But now it's fresh
But I
fish.
never learned how to skate.
It seemed like he was taking a shot when he said, based on your appearance. Right.
Yeah, I know. What the hell?
Well, yeah,
You're a
that came
tall
out of
gent.
left
What do you
field.
That's what I'm saying.
Tall drink of water.
Yeah.
6'1", maybe?
I could lift about 60, maybe 70 pounds above my head.
How about that? Humble brag.
Oh.
Get involved on the program. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Call in. Steven, the big star so far today. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the show. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. The Battlehawks are super popular here in St. Louis. And A.J. McKernan has been the face of the franchise. What a little anecdote he shared yesterday on one of the most famous college football games that you can recall. We'll have that for you coming up. Yeah, it's a deep tease.
That was A.J. McKernan telling that story?
Oh,
I had no idea. I cut the whole audio. I didn't know it was A.J. McKernan.
Well, now I'm wondering if it was A.J. McKernan.
Oh, no.
I don't know. It was just like, it seemed just like a guy.
Right. From Alabama's team in the kick six.
All right. It probably was. I was.
That seems like that's part of the interest, right?
Right. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be, I know this happened 11 years ago.
Is it about a shoe?
Yeah, the story.
Yeah, that's McKernan.
Okay. All right. Well, the story is so good.
On the show.
I didn't know it was McKernan. Helmet theory.
My goodness. Tell Martin your helmet theory.
I think that the reason why like basketball players and soccer players are more marketable and famous is because they're not in helmets or hats and their face is shown. They're wearing just like T-shirts or sleeveless shirts as their jerseys, whereas hockey, football, and even baseball, a little bit because of the hats, they struggle to market a little bit more because you don't know exactly what every player looks like. I think it's worse in hockey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's something to that. Even race car drivers, got to get them out there and be seen.
Right. Quarterbacks are a little different because you often get to pan over to the sideline to look at their reaction to stuff, so you get to know them. But outside of that, I think a lot of great NFL players could walk in this door and we wouldn't know who they are.
Oh, yeah.
Local TV comp, weather people, always well known. They're on camera the entire time, pointing at the charts and graphs. You see them.
Charts and graphs.
Sports guys come on camera. All right, we got a ball game to show you. Let's get to it. And they're on camera for 7 seconds. Then there's video. All right, let's take you out to Lindenwood. Then there's video, and there's video. And then at the end, they're like, okay, thanks so much. We'll see what happens. And you're on camera for another 7 seconds. But the weather person, I won't say weatherman,
Right,
weather person is on camera for a good 3 minutes at a time, and everybody knows the weather.
Right. If you don't have video as a sports guy, you got problems.
Yep.
That's what it's all about.
Jackson's helmet theory has been introduced into the program. Plus, the college football playoff rankings are out. Missouri moving up. Is it enough? Chairman Kurt has his charts and graphs that have explained the clear path to Missouri being one of the final 12 teams, but a monster program is on the outside looking in. All of that to come here on the program, ladies and gentlemen. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows, making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills with their exclusive Super Spacer technology. These windows will keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt taking your calls, Callier and Thompson phone lines. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, and we welcome you to participate by texting into the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 or by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I sent this audio over to Jackson yesterday as I had never seen or heard this story from, I think it's the most famous college football ending in the 21st century. The kick six. Would you agree with that? Am I missing one?
Probably so.
Yeah. Auburn, Alabama, 2013. So. Had it not happened, Missouri likely playing Alabama in the SEC championship game instead of Auburn. And A.J. McKernan, Battlehawks quarterback, was on this podcast. I'm just scrolling through TikTok, Martin, as I'm one to do, just scrolling through TikTok, and I see A.J. McKernan, who Jackson did not recognize.
Did not.
And just thought I was sending.
Well, I just thought it was like a guy on a team. You know, it's such a good story. It's truly such a good story that, like, I didn't really even pay attention to who was telling it.
Does Tim often recommend guy on a team sound?
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I mean,
I'll
I'm
cut
new.
anything.
Okay, I'll cut anything.
I think Martin's rethinking the alliance. I guarantee you, Kim's sitting there going, "Yeah, I need to bail on this alliance."
She said, "Did I go all in on Jackson?"
Yeah.
Today she's going, how did he not know who H.J. McKernan was?
Well, I know. Okay, I know
What
who
an
A.J.
asshat.
McKernan is. I didn't know that he
Well,
was
how
the
did
one
I
talking.
recognize him?
Helmet.
He wasn't wearing a
his
helmet.
That's the issue.
He's the quarterback of our football team.
And he wears a helmet. It's tough to tell.
He's been in the hallway here. Did you meet him?
Yes. Well, I meet him. I walked by him.
How many Battlehawk games you been to, bro?
0.
Stully, call in.
0.
Here is A.J. McKernan, who Jackson just found out was A.J. McKernan, even though I sent him the audio yesterday afternoon, telling Doug what I think probably is going to really bother you, a little story about what took place the day after the famed Kick Six debacle against War Eagle. Here is our Battlehawks quarterback.
Hit the lever, Jackie.
But he would have had in his cleat when he showed up.
Mrs. Davis.
Neil, do you know that story?
That's a new one.
The Auburn game, I think Cade Foster missed probably. Cade's great dude, love him to death. Not a very good kicker. I think he missed like 3 field goals. We finally make one towards the end. They call false start. So they back us up 5, and I could already see it. I'm like, hey, we got it right here. And he was looking at me like, no, we don't. That was lucky. The next one was almost kicked to our sideline, like so far left. And I was like, oh, we're in trouble, huh? And he showed up next day, and he goes to put his shoe on in the locker room, and all you hear is, oh, what's this? Oh, my God, who did this? And everybody starts coming around. He pulls this white sock out of his shoe. It's covered in somebody done in his shoe and filled it up. And I was like, damn. And I just remember going into the team meeting, and somebody said, I think it was Saban, and it was like, somebody better confess to this in the shoe. We're not going to have this.
That's the end of the story?
Okay. Did you bail on it?
No. Well, I wasn't going to keep it. It was just like Saban saying that he was going to DNA test everybody on the team.
Yeah, that was what Nick Saban to follow up on the
That might be interesting.
Yeah, I know. I thought that there was more. Doug, you're critical.
Oh, Jackie, it's okay.
Come on. We needed the end of the story. Did they find the person who did it?
So Nick Saban was so upset about the fact that somebody had defecated in the kicker's shoe that he said he was going to DNA test the team to discover whose fecal matter it was.
Everyone would have to leave a little smear, and then they'd have to test it against the large plopping.
I'm glad that A.J. McKernan is consistent, because at Battlehawks postgame, and producer Dave over the 2 Fox would always talk about this. He said he swears in every answer. And I said, I think he's pretty religious. And look, he's Catholic, which explains it, Tim. He's that kind of religious. He's very Catholic.
Jackson doesn't like us.
But his postgame sound bites, he would say the S word or bleep this, bleep that when just talking about the game, and I can tell that's just kind of how he talks, because that was clear in that podcast. So he didn't think the kicker was very great guy, just terrible kicker. Great guy.
Yeah, I worry about the hepatitis risk. You could spread hepatitis that way, couldn't you?
Likely.
All kinds of diseases.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But they never did figure out who it was, I'm guessing.
Saban did not follow through on his threat to the team to DNA test. I mean, once they lost that game, they were done. They played in a bowl, but, for Alabama, they were, at that point, I think they had gone undefeated.
Did Saban have shirts that said bowl bound, maybe after the game, even after the loss?
I don't know if he had a bowl bound T-shirt when he was addressing the potential of the DNA test. Alabama is looking pretty good in the college football playoff rankings, but on the outside looking in, Georgia is not in. Now, they do control their own destiny in the sense that they get a chance to play Tennessee this weekend. And, Doug, check this out.
Go on.
I love the Georgia Bulldogs this weekend against Tennessee. Love them. But the Bulldogs are on the outside looking in. Here are your rankings. Number 1, the Ducks of Oregon. 2, Texas. These are the seeds. Oregon, Texas, BYU, and Miami. And then the matchups would be number 9, Notre Dame heading to Knoxville to take on the Volunteers. Number 12, Boise State heading to Ohio State, take on the Buckeyes. Ole Miss and Penn State, and then Alabama heading to Bloomington. What would the odds of that would have been? Georgia is the 12th ranked team, but Boise State would go ahead of them as the group of 5 representative in the 12 seed. And so right now, Georgia is on the outside looking in. The Missouri Tigers are at 23. And as we heard from Chairman Kurt with his breakdown yesterday, Doug, there is a clear path to the playoff for Missouri. Just need about 19 things to happen.
Well, a couple, 3. ESPN's got Missouri's chances at 8% of making it. One behind the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns, who are 9%.
It doesn't help that they bring out the rankings and then they do the seeds. And I'm like, okay, so you're the 3. No, you're actually a 5. It's a little convoluted. But I would like to see Ohio State, Boise State. I think we're getting what we wanted, which is playoff football, right? I mean, there's going to be people squawking.
Oh, there's going to be some squawking.
But everybody hated when there was only 4. Yeah. Now there's 12. It's good enough.
This year in particular, I like it because I really feel like I actually do think any of the 12 can win. Yeah. I'm really not high on Tennessee, which means Tennessee will probably win the national championship. But I'm kind of surprised by where they are, and I'm not anti-Tennessee, Jackson. I know you hate Tennessee.
Not a fan.
I don't really have strong feelings.
You stand on business,
Josh, and then I reverse pivot and walk quickly back to the locker room. I just don't like everything about them.
Doug, does that answer the question?
Pretty specific.
Was that vacation you went with 19 other guys in Gatlinburg? Did that sour you on the whole state?
It was a baker's dozen, and it was not in Knoxville. It was closer to the eastern border of Tennessee. Beautiful state, the state of Tennessee. Okay. I'm a big fan of. Shout out to all my friends in Memphis. But how
many friends you got in Memphis?
A lot.
Fisher?
A lot.
Great truck stops in Tennessee, probably.
Yeah, they got a great donut shop there.
Yola.
I had Ja call 12, but Tennessee, the Volunteers, not a fan, especially that weak orange. The checkerboard thing is the worst. Dumb little song.
Rocky Top gets hit.
That's the worst of all the SEC songs. No, it's the worst of all the SEC ones.
What about that hauntingly beautiful version of Rocky Top? Could you call that up?
That'll
get you fired up.
Stingray's version or something?
No. This is what they play on All Hallows Eve, and it's a slowed down version of Rocky Top. And they wear all black. Oh, Doug, you are scared as the dickens when you hear that. Yeah. Okay. They have 5 teams or conferences that have a grievance on ESPN.com this morning, and they list the SEC as having the number 1 grievance with it 11 weeks into the 24 season. And one thing seems abundantly clear. The SEC is the best conference in college football. Take a look at Bill Connolly's SP Plus rankings, for example, where 9 of the top 17 teams are from the SEC. Or use ESPN's FPI metric, where the SEC has spots 1, 2, 4, 5, and 9. And consider that the team currently 9th in the SEC standings, South Carolina, has 3 wins over SP Plus top 40 teams and losses to the committee's number 10 and number 22 teams by a combined total of 5 points. Yes, the SEC's dominance and depth seems obvious, so of course 4 of the top 5 teams in the committee's rankings this week are from the SEC. No, sorry about that. It's actually from the Big Ten. So he's making that observation. I'm anxious to see when the SEC and Big Ten, the big boys from each conference, do battle and see who wins that thing, those showdowns. But then also teams having grievances. He has SMU, number 2, Arizona State, and Iowa State, and Missouri. He says, has Missouri played with fire this year? You betcha. Just last week, the Tigers were on the verge of falling to Oklahoma before the Sooners' woeful quarterback situation reared its ugly head again, and the game ended in a 30-23 Tigers win. But here's the thing about playing with fire. So long as you don't turn your living room into an inferno, it's actually pretty impressive. Missouri's 7-2 with wins against SP Plus 26 and 28, and its only losses are the committee's number 10 and number 15 teams. SP Plus has Missouri ranked at number 17, and yet they're ranked 23rd by the committee. So he's saying that Missouri actually has a grievance. I'm kind of surprised to hear that. Yeah. I think if they beat South Carolina, things change in a substantial way for Missouri. I still don't think it's going to be substantial enough without Chairman Kurt's road to glory to get him into the top 12.
Yeah. When they point out they only
South Carolina's number 20 for the record now.
And they point out they only lost those 2 games to teams that are well-ranked, but they don't point out that they lost to them in embarrassing fashion. I do think that's a factor.
That is a big factor.
Does anybody have Mizzou winning this weekend? Are we doing that Friday? I'm sorry.
Friday.
Oh, gee, okay.
I think I might have gone 0-6 in our picks last week.
Did you go 0-6, Tim, is the question.
That's a delayed tactic right there, Doug.
Is it possible your dad deleted all the picks?
You went 1-5. 1-5. I went 2-4.
Nice,
so
big week.
Better.
You got to listen to these picks, Martin, because we are sharps.
I was in on it the first week.
Yeah, you bailed last week.
so poorly that I was not invited
ran
back.
Away.
Just go with Timmy's picks. That's always.
You'll go 1-5. Martin, why don't you tell people about Mentality? Maybe they'll help with our picks.
If you've lost your edge when it comes to the picks, call up Mentality and say, I'm doing poorly in the picks. But also in life, you want to get that edge back. You just don't quite have the energy you used to have when you were younger. It's a natural thing. In fact, it is testosterone. When it starts to drop, you lose that energy, you lose your edge. It's not just in the weight room or in the bedroom. We're talking about daily routine, the vision, the passion to get things done that you've always had, but you don't have the energy to match it. Well, lowtusa.com is your first step. Go to that website, set up the appointment. You're going to meet in person. This is not an online service. You meet in person with the medical team. You talk about your goals. What do you have in mind? Where do you want to improve? And a lot of times it just starts with that. Lack of energy, fatigue. You're watching movies with the kids. You're the first one to fall asleep. You just don't have the energy you used to have, and there's a good reason for that. Testosterone drops as we age, and it's starting in younger and younger people. It really is. So find out more at lowtusa.com. Tired of the weight gain? Tired of the muscle loss? Do something about it. They'll do a full panel on your blood work, meet with you, and go over all the results and tell you exactly what it means. Sometimes your doctor would just send it to you in an email, and you don't even know what it means. They're going to go through it every step of the way. Personalized program with the folks at Mentality Health. Get your edge back, get your energy back, simply by starting with going to the website, lowtusa.com.
There it is. Mentality, longtime sponsor here on TMA. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson on the 1s and 2s. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to call in, 314-974-0101. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Orlando Magic defeat the Charlotte Hornets last night, 114-89. Franz Wagner with 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this is the haunting version.
A little slow.
Yeah, but it's scary. Listen to this. How about that right there? You hear that fiddle?
Yeah.
Phil.
The opening of a Netflix special. The children have been missing for 3 years, and it zooms in on a bog. It's kind of misty. Ooh.
There's a damn microphone.
I almost hit you right in the chin there, Tim.
That Knoxville's supposed to be a fun place to roll up. You go down a boat.
Yeah, you
to
can
go
take
to the
a boat
game?
to the game,
Let's
like
do that next
Husky
year.
Stadium.
Are they playing Tennessee next year?
No, they'll play them in 2026. It's just the inverse of this year's conference schedule. Plus, UMass gets to come to Columbia. So
Home and home.
Yeah, fully
Take a boat
season.
to the UMass game.
Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental is in the TMA YouTube chat, which has 3 times the number of people watching as the 101 chat, as Webster Groves is defeating Cottleville today. And he says, put some respect on Tennessee's name. Nealon makes Faroe look like a floating pile of garbage.
Oh.
That's from Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal sponsor of
Hinchcliffe?
100 West Dental.
They do get darn near 100,000 people in that stadium.
Yep.
Jackson, put some respect on her name.
I
Dr.
refuse.
Brandon Pryor is a sponsor.
I love Dr. Brandon Pryor. He's always come in. He's wonderful. He's brought in gifts before. I have no hate towards him. My cousin, who I
Is
love.
it Dentist?
Dr.
Tennessee
Brandon Pryor is, but my cousin's a big old Tennessee fan, and we go head to head on that. But it's love between the fans. I just don't like the whole program.
Bill Reloaded says, shout out to that hot dentist. A lot of our listeners are attracted to Dr. Brandon Pryor.
Wow. I was scanning the text, and I found... I'm a fan.
I love that you're kind of learning about that which we have lived with for a long time. This wasn't going on when you were on the morning grind. I don't think we had a text line then.
It doesn't feel like it, although they did have a screen where you could see the callers' names. Right? And that was 20 years ago.
Don't have that. That technology was lost.
We've taken a step back.
Minute Bowl eligible. I enjoy his work. So when I see his name pop up, I like this. He said the TMA chat, because you were comparing it, they were saying it was Webster Groves versus Cottleville, with the 101 chat versus the TMA chat. He said the TMA chat is Breaking Bad. The 101 chat is Murder, She Wrote.
Ah, the delightful Angela Lansbury.
That's not bad, yeah.
Have you ever heard the Pat Summerall clips? Have you called that up where he does...
What in the hell? He's talking about Angela Lansbury?
He had to tease Murder, She Wrote on CBS. He and John Madden doing the games. You have to find it because they said it became a thing where he would pause because it's not Murder, She Wrote, it's Murder, comma, She wrote. And I guess he would pause, and so then the producers, it became like a gag within the production team, and he would just really like elongate on the Tigers Radio Network. This is Pat Summerall.
60 minutes will be coming up following football, followed by Murder, She Wrote.
They have bets on how long it's going to be between.
That's a great John Madden.
Sounds like Madden right there.
Yeah, let it play, boy.
Yeah.
Let it play.
Then it's Murder, She Wrote, starring Angela Lansbury.
So we're doing a game, and there's a movie following the football.
Followed by part 1 of a CBS Sunday night movie, Gone with the Wind, starring Clark Gable and Vivian Lee. All coming.
I laughed so hard, I had to take my headset off and go out in the hallway.
So he was doing it as a bit, and then even did it with Gone with the Wind. And that is a great way to fill time if you need to, Jackson.
Just expand it. Instead, we got a Franz Wagner.
Yeah, that's the update we got.
On the Sports Center update. Is that what I heard?
Well, you might remember his brother Mo Wagner, Michigan Wolverine fame, played a little bit with the Wizards, but Franz is really lighting it up in Orlando. A fun young team.
I miss Pat Summerall and John Madden a lot. I miss them a lot.
I see my generation, like our relationship with John Madden is almost exclusively through the video game.
Yep.
You know, I don't know.
They were on the call, the Rams-Patriots. Did you know that, Mark?
That was their last game together.
How about that? Fun facts for no and tell.
Patriots win. That's all you have to do. Warner.
That's my
and they just
favorite
wait
call.
and wait and wait. Touchdown.
Yeah, that's such a great call, the Ricky Prohl pass. Martin, you want us to help us with programming the two Fox here? What do we got going on
Since
here?
this is the airing of grievances.
Jackson wants to attack local grocery stores again. Even though Schnucks is a sponsor of the program.
Airing of grievances, I would like to do a preemptive airing of grievances. Okay. It's contagious. But the two Fox carries football, and most of the games are chosen by the Fox network.
Well,
on
sure
occasion, we can push back if we have some reason. People were mad. We had the Bears-Patriots, which was a terrible game the other day. I guess had we raised our hand and fought back, we could have gotten the 49ers and Buccaneers, which was the Burkhardt-Brady game. So I said the other day via email to our programming director, hey, dude, have we been getting some choices lately? Because people were kind of honked off, including Corey Miller of Channel 5, going after me on the X, formerly known as Twitter.
He went after you personally?
No, he just said, hard to believe the local says, oh, but now I'm going to have to call it Sports Plus. I mean, I have no choice. So this weekend, we have Packers-Bears. I think that's fine. It's the Bears who are terrible, but Packers-Bears.
First Bears NFC North matchup.
Is that right?
They have not played neither of the Steelers, I don't think.
Now, before you email me or the station you're hopping mad, it's a single header. So that means, Tim, we get one game.
I follow you on that.
Single header.
I follow you on that.
Browns-Saints. Anyone interested?
No.
Rams at New England.
No.
Super Bowl rematch.
No, probably not.
Two-time
Super Bowl rematch.
Falcons at Denver.
No.
I would vote for that because it's the late game and it would knock the 5 o'clock news off the air and I wouldn't have to do a show.
I respect that.
It was a snow day.
Is that in Denver?
It is.
That's interesting.
Two
Not
decent
really.
teams there.
Seattle at San Francisco. Not a great game. That might be a Burkhardt game just because the 49ers and it's a late game. I don't know. So we've chosen the Packers-Bears. I think that's the right choice.
I agree with you.
You have Green Bay fans in this market. You have Bears fans, although they're frustrated. Sometimes they'll hate watch, kind of like hate listen to this show. So the following week, here's the quandary.
Okay.
It's a doubleheader. Tim, that means we have two.
Okay. Yeah.
The second game is 49ers at Lambeau Field with the Pack.
Oh, how do you
That's a
do?
good one.
There's your main game.
Playoff rematch.
The whole country will get that. It's America's game of the week, Tim. But in the early slate, I have three choices for the group. And I'm sure my boss, Kurt Kruger, is like, are you really going through this on the radio, idiot? Cowboys at Commanders. Now, Dallas sucks.
No,
But
Dak.
they always have a following, and people like to watch them. The Commanders are a young, interesting team.
People like to watch Jaden Daniels.
Lions at Colts, presented by Brian Henson.
Brian Henson is the sponsor of that game.
Yeah, the Henson Bowl.
Minnesota at Chicago. Again, Bears fans, Vikings are pretty good.
I think this is a no-brainer.
Okay.
It's kind of like when you have Duke or Notre Dame or Roll Tide, and then you include Jaden Daniels in there. It's
Okay.
Cowboys and Washington, and it's an insta-call, as a matter of fact. It's an insta-call.
Can I sell you on Lions at Colts? The Lions being sort of the...
I love the Lions. That's the team that I've kind of adopted as
Do you think
well.
people wouldn't...
We're
do you
down
think
on
people-
Henson.
And I love Brian Henson. I think he's going to be a post-dispatch
So the
columnist.
Colts ruined that matchup, pretty much. But it's the
yes.
Lions.
Yeah.
So what if it was Lions at Washington, you'd pick that over Dallas at Indy?
I would. That's
Okay.
correct.
So Lions, but it's not enough of a selling point that they're sort of America's darling right now, the Lions?
I don't think so. I think the win, I mean, if the goal is your television ratings, then it's Cowboys at Washington.
What say you, Doug Vaughn?
I would say the same. I don't think you can ever
Such
really
a
go.
lemming.
You can never go wrong with Dallas. Even when they're a bad team, people still like to watch the Cowboys, whether it's to love them or to hate them.
Watch.
My only thing I would say on the Cowboys, Dak's out for the rest of the year. They've kind of shut it down in a way. As much as I love watching Jaden Daniels, the Colts, though. If it was in Detroit, I might say Detroit, but I'll go Commanders Cowboys.
Okay. I said via email that I was interested in that Lions game just because of the narrative. They are kind of like, people are kind of over the Chiefs. No offense to caller Steve Early. Chiefs are great, but the Lions are kind of the new fun thing in the league.
I agree. It's the Colts factor that I think brings it down. For the record, Sunday's NFL national window on CBS, which was mostly the Eagles and Cowboys, and friend of the Missouri Tigers sidelines, Tony Romo, averaged an 11.9 rating and 24.61 million viewers, despite the fact that it was a blowout. That was the Eagles and Cowboys, up from the same window in Week 10 of last year, which aired on Fox and featured the Cowboys against the Giants. Viewership also increased over coverage on Fox the prior week that featured the Lions and Packers, 24.2 million. So you had the Lions playing their real first outdoor test against the Packers, and that blowout game of the Eagles and Cowboys 3 days ago still outdrew it. And so that kind of speaks to the power of the Cowboys, even though they are warm garbage.
Yeah. It's kind of the Colin Cowherd argument, right? You want me to talk Yankees, you want me to talk Cowboys, that's what sells. You just talk Yankees, Cowboys over and over
Have you asked Corey Miller what he wants to see?
Yeah, that's probably what you should do.
Text him?
Text Corey and see what's doing.
And I don't want to bury the lead, but Stully, who is the great PR man for the St. Louis Battlehawks, listening to the A.J. McKernan clip, said that it's definitely A.J. And Jackson, you are formally invited to our season opener in 2025.
Wow, that's exciting.
Furthermore, Stully, friend of the show, Brian Stull, says the helmet theory is correct. That's why we have all of our players take their helmets off during intros. They run out. So
Jackson, do you feel validated? And, I mean, all you did was crap on the Battlehawks, and the Battlehawks didn't turn their back on you. They said, why don't you come down and enjoy a game?
Yeah, they met judgment with peace and with love, and that's what I...
like 1969 here.
And it's like the Grinch, my heart has grown in size. So I can't. That's really awesome. Thank you, Mr.
I would
Stoll.
like to tell you guys, we might have to tell Jason Barrett that we are number one, I believe, in a certain demo, and that is among local PR directors, because Brian Stull with the Battlehawks, and also Brian's. We're big with Brian Bartow has texted and said,
is that right?
Longtime Cardinals public relations man, the great Brian Bartow said, as a long-suffering Lions fan, I would like to see the Lions and Colts. So now I'm just going to ask everybody individually, what game would you, why don't you tell us what movie you want to see? Let's just play that. Thank you, Brian Bartow. Thank you, Brian Stoll.
Hey, what about generous executive Mike Caruso?
I don't care what he has to say.
Come on.
He retired years ago. He just didn't tell him.
Jeff Lotman is who I would recommend if you are looking for a home or looking to sell your home. Doug, you'd probably like a website to go to and check out Jeff's wares.
Do you have one?
Yeah. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman, and he is with Compass Realty, longtime sponsor here on TMA. And if you were looking to buy a home, man, does he have connections? And I'll tell you something, if it's a home that a lot of people are going to be interested in, it's important to find out about it before the public. That's a big thing. That's where Jeff's connections come into play. He's been doing it in St. Louis for over 2 decades with $500 million in real estate sales in St. Louis. Compass Realty is the #1 luxury real estate broker in the St. Louis area, and Compass Concierge is what they provide, where you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or you want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging? Compass Concierge has you covered. Visit JEFFLOTTMANN.com to work with Jeff Lotman. It's 8:57 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. This program is called TMA, and it's on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to Team Ape, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford going to be with us in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you're always welcome to call into the show. Chairman Kurt taking calls. I mean, sometimes people become friends of the program. Such as Steven this morning, a rising star. Janet with her real defense of St. Louis against Charlotte, our arch rivals. And we welcome you to become a friend of the program. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. I got Callier and Thompson coming out to the house tomorrow.
Have you really?
Bob Strowdy and Carolyn Beard.
They'll turn your home into a showplace.
That's what I'm telling you. So get involved on the program anytime you would like. Jackson, you've got an airing of grievances that you want to file here on the program. Is that the deal here? Boy, when Jackson found out about
names, of course.
Yeah, so he's furious about what?
I just wish, Gersh, we just got to enforce the limit on a number of items.
Didn't you say this last week?
That's my grievance. That's my grievance. And
it's a carryover?
I wish that they would do that. I really do. I just think it would make everything smoother. And also people are, when they scan it, they're looking for the barcode. Just shake the thing over the scanner. You'll get there eventually. Don't.
So that's your pro tip, is to shake the product?
But if you're bringing a 12-pack of soda, that's not meant for the self-checkout. It's too difficult. You only get a couple of bags there. Now you're running someone else's bag. You got to put it in the thing, or else it's say it'll stop the process.
And what if they get a couple of potatoes and you're supposed to weigh them and figure out how much it costs?
Eggs, you don't know how to put those in there. You're going to put them at the bottom. They're going to crack. Let's just lock in. Trust the people who are at the actual checkouts. They'll help you out. Self-checkout. Just, if you're grabbing milk and some paper towels, go to self-checkout.
All right.
If you got a cart full of stuff.
Some of the stores have eliminated self-checkout because people were stealing so much.
Yeah, I get that. And
I didn't bother to check out at all.
And I get the employees. They're just, they're not out there to really police all these people.
Jackson getting worked up has aroused one particular texter, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. She just texted in, and she says, "It's been a minute. I need my spoked wheel power washed by Jackson's naughty tongue while he says love, love, love." That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And Martin, she has a monogramming business, and she's in the midst of her sixth divorce, unfortunately.
Has she been on the show or just text?
She's a texter.
She ever called?
Maybe she's on right now. Chairman Kurt.
He's got his own show going over there. I hear these conversations behind
producer
me.
Joe would be doing his own program, and then he was a guest on Mitch in the Morning with a Seattle radio station.
He would get booked, Doug, as a guest. And we would be on there doing the show, trying to get the producer's attention, but he was live on Seattle radio. Couldn't be bothered.
I don't want to poke a hole in the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom too badly, but she did email in once, and I did find the picture that she included on a Google image search.
No, Doug.
I'm starting to become
You're starting to think that she might not be a real lady?
Yeah.
Doug, you can't believe.
No.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Well, it is, but this isn't one of those.
What's that?
You don't have headphones. I got to get you some headphones at work.
This is week 3. Are we in week 3?
Show 13, Doug. Lucky number 13.
Okay. Growing pains.
Yeah, brick by brick. This is just another brick.
Jackson can't log into the password. Had him blocked out.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt doesn't have headphones, and Doug is starting to think that this self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is not a real lady.
No one who texts or calls in is real. It's all AI generated.
I know I'm new, but can I ask context on that great drop by Jennings?
I don't even know.
I'd like to hear it again, and then can we workshop the context?
Okay, we'll hear it again.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Probably talking about that Starbucks there on Lindbergh.
I think that's a good guess.
Yeah, Lindbergh and Clayton there.
I think that's a good guess.
It's refreshing. That's what I like. We're going to use
refreshing to see rich white women.
He came in. It was a couple years ago, and he was all worked up because he heard Tom Ackerman raving about the excitement that it would be for the St. Louis area to host the NIT Final Four. And he was like, have we gotten to a place where the NIT's Final Four would be exciting? And he was furious about that. He was furious about that.
And he didn't get furious about a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
For that to be the topic that really enraged him.
Read this dumbass text.
Okay. Jay, calm down, Jay. So he went to the Starbucks there in Frontenac and he got refreshed.
Refreshing
thought it was
to see
refreshing.
rich white women.
Wow, Mr. Tim, why do you hate the team that we pretend I cover? You read my text, so I thought we were friends. Hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, who wants the Colts on Fox 2.
Okay. Does he actually cover the Colts? Is that a bit?
I think he's more in the high school arena, as Iggy would like to remind him that he's never been to a Colts game.
Yeah, but he's for the shoe.
He's for the shoe.
He's for the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For the shoe. Now we've all said it.
Colts fans know.
Okay. The shoe is the
I like
helmet
that
logo.
stadium. Big old beautiful
Lucas
stadium.
Oil.
I like Indy. Nice clean town.
All those Indianapolis stadiums, I went there a couple years ago, are like field house styles, like Gainbridge Fieldhouse, where
Like the big
Pacers
windows
play.
up high.
they do have that, you're
Cathedral
right.
ceilings. Like I think it's all because of Hinckley, Hinkle Fieldhouse,
Not
where
the
Butler
man
plays.
who assassinated or attempted or did assassinate.
The Hinkle Fieldhouse, they're all kind of based on, like even Lucas Oil is like based up like a field house. It's pretty cool.
Doug, you've angered Sharon and Clayton.
No,
Don't
no.
speak for me. I'm real. We talk at Blues games. How dare you, Doug? That's
Oh.
Sharon and Clayton.
Okay. So
She's
one of our
stronger than
listeners,
grandmother's breath.
one of our listeners is real. I can confirm that one.
One of them. I think Steven was real. Longtime Cardinal fan.
You're just skeptical on the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux man.
Well, I have Chairman Kurt to back me up on that. There's reason for skepticism. As we sit in 8-4.
Yeah, we're in 8-4. I guess
in
that means I
8-4.
need to land the plane to get into the Fisher Window and Door Store 9 o'clock hour. And that's what we will do. Jackson, do I need to do anything? You looked at me with a little panic right there.
Closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour,
That's
going
right.
into the Hustle and 5P.
5P Hustle and Heart Sports Academy, 9 o'clock hour. All right, there it is. That's what we got for you. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be with us taking your two-part questions via the text inbox 314-399-9646. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
It's time to talk turkey. Thanksgiving, 2 weeks from tomorrow. Have you got the turkey yet? Time to get it, and the place to get it is at Schnucks. Starting today, this deal is underway, 58 cents per pound. These are the lowest prices on turkeys in 14 years. 2010, Jackie was probably in kindergarten back then. 14 years, that's how low the prices are right now on the turkey. Whole frozen turkeys, get them with a purchase of $25 or more, not including the price of the turkey. Limit of one per customer starting today. This will last through Thanksgiving, so get the frozen turkey. Get it now. Plan ahead. You want to plan ahead. What are you waiting for? Also, while you're there at Schnucks, get those sides. The stovetop stuffing mix, Mrs. Smith's or Miss Marie Callender. You can call her Miss. Marie Callender pies, sweet potatoes. Load up on your Thanksgiving items right now at Schnucks. They're all around the St. Louis area. Have the rewards program as well. And we like to tease. We're getting better at teasing. I want to tell you about the unbeatable meal deal. We'll have that for you next week, where you'll be able to feed 10 people for under $4 per person. It's the Schnucks unbeatable meal deal. That's next week. But right now, starting today, those turkeys are on special. 58 cents per pound. Lowest prices in 14 years.
Take a listen to this, Martin.
Oh. Did he know his name was Shen and he just changed it so it would rhyme?
Probably.
Sheen.
You didn't like the Sheen instead of...
Could have gone with Steen, worked that in somehow.
That's a good point.
Okay, you had Steen right there laying on the table, and instead you took Braden Shen's
Jackson
name.
looks like Tiesto over there. His
Changed
beat
it.
pumps. My spine is tingling. I'm grinding my teeth.
dancing.
I'm rolling balls. I'm rolling balls. It is the morning after 101 ESPN.
What does someone do when they roll balls?
Clip that off.
What exactly is that?
Jackson?
I think the most feedback.
Oh, my God.
It's the return of Nell.
The return of Nell.
He was powerless. Tim wanted him to speak, and it was like a panic, waving him off.
Jeremy Rutherford is in studio. Morning, JR.
Morning. Yeah. I was talking to Jamie Rivers, and I said, I got to go. I got to do this hit at 9 o'clock. He goes, no, buddy, you're fine until about 9:30.
Oh, they're all down.
Yeah,
on
the
it.
clock management here on the show, very, very critical, and it's unfortunate, but he is 100% correct. 9 o'clock hour here on the program, 9:13, not 9:30, but, you know, he's right.
This is 9-1.
This is the first segment of the 9 o'clock hour. The players adjusting to the new clock here, not doing a really good job with it. JR is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, a wonderful gentleman and longtime sponsor of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. He's online at evergreenstl.com, and he takes your questions via the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Scoreless first period. Still, I thought they played pretty well in the first period, right? Here we go. Second period, finally get a power play goal. How about another one, Doug?
Yeah, let's get two.
And then the third period comes, oh me, oh my, JR, oh me, oh my.
Yeah, you know, you guys probably saw the stat, 0 for 20 on home ice. Like, Ameren was saving a lot of money this year, not making a donation to the home power play.
Maybe that's what it's about.
0 for 20. And then they get that first one from Shen, and, well, what do you know? Here comes number 2 with Oscar Sundqvist. So you get that 2-0 lead, and, you know, after what happened the other night, you're thinking, okay, they're building something here. The third period, I actually thought that they weathered that 2-minute storm pretty well against Boston last night. But then after that, like Shen said, like Sundqvist said, like Banny said, it was just a situation where they started to play it safe again and made the mistake. So, you know, I don't know. Which one do you guys think? I was wondering this last night. Which is the worst loss? That 8-1 or the way last night?
I thought last night is worse. Because the 8-1, it's so bad and it's embarrassing, but it's... You never were in it, really. I mean, so you can just kind of say, well, that was terrible, embarrassing, and say all the right things, but you're not crushed by it. Last night felt more crushing because they needed a win, and it was right there for the taking.
And you lost in the last minute and a half of the game.
Again. I mean, where they had these late losses where they were going to pick up a point if you get it to overtime, which is why the Cairo giveaway last week was super frustrating. And, of course, against the Flyers the week before. I look at it from two different perspectives because you weren't just talking about when you wrote the column on Saturday night after that loss to the Caps about it being a throwaway game. It was the second time it had happened in 2 weeks, and you talked about seeing the worst effort you had seen. That, to me, is a macro issue. Then you have a game where for 40 minutes you play a pretty good game, and you're still not able to win it. Both are seriously problematic from a big picture standpoint.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if you get that win last night, you just come back to the rink today, okay, you know, you can throw away that Caps loss. We figured things out. We got the power play going. Now we need to build from this. Like, you show up to practice today, obviously you want to figure some things out, but how do you come back and just say, okay, we're going to be fine for the next few weeks without Robert Thomas and Philip Broberg? I think, you know, we knew the injuries would catch up to him at some point, but we thought that they could be competitive enough to win some of these games and try to float around 500. And, you know, when you play like they have, look, you go to that game last night, you know, these aren't the young players that are making the mistakes. You had Colton Parayko twice trying to get the puck deep. It didn't work out. And then also, it was Ryan Suter. I asked Drew Bannister about it after the game. Like, he dumps the puck in, it winds up coming back out, and Boston gets the game-tying goal. That's a puck that Ryan Suter could have probably moved to Colton Parayko. Some mistakes by the veterans last night.
Yeah, I heard Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast talking about, you know, Suter was off to a pretty strong start. But you're talking about a guy, a true veteran. I mean, you're talking about age-wise and the years in the league, and maybe it's starting to catch up with him with all the minutes, and you're starting to see the wear, even though we're not even a quarter way through the season.
Yeah, I've been super surprised with what Ryan Suter's been able to come in and do. I mean, bought out by 2 teams, right? In Dallas, I realize they're a Stanley Cup contender, but, you know, to get bought out by them when he played all 82 games last year, 19 minutes. So he's come in, but you're right. I think Joey's right. You're talking 24 minutes a night some nights with Ryan Suter. You think he can play in the top pair for a couple weeks, but you're asking him to do it for 4 weeks, 6 weeks. You know, I just don't know. And overall, he's been pretty good, but I think sometimes you're going to see situations where that age probably catches up to him.
Well, they're asking him to do a lot because they're not asking much out of, like, Perunovic, P.O. Joseph, even maybe look at the minutes last night. You're basically playing 4 defensemen a bleep blow at a time. I mean, Falk was close to 30 minutes. I just don't think they can maintain that.
That's exactly right. It's not so much Suter. Like, I don't want to put the sole focus on him. It's when you lose a Broberg and you've got to bump a Suter up, and then don't forget you're without Nick Leddy. Yeah. Now all of a sudden you got the Kessel-Prunic pair every single night, and they're going to be okay some nights, but you're forced to play those big minute guys.
Well, we're taking your 2-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And this one's just coming from inside the room, so that's always pretty cool when a member of the Blues texts in, and that's Daddy Padre, and he says, "Ask JR where Letty's at."
Is he?
So he's from inside the room. He doesn't know where
Is that part 1?
Is he rolling?
That was just a one-parter, Martin.
Rolling balls.
Doug, am I allowed to answer? Is he banned, or is the ban?
The ban was lifted.
Lifted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can respond.
Is his name on the cup, Daddy Padre?
Should be.
Could be. I agree.
How about Nick Leddy? You know what? He is not skating with the team at all. I'm sure he's skating, you know, behind the scenes. I think that Drew Bannister said until he sees these guys, you know, you can't call him day to day until you see him with the team. So no Nick Leddy right now.
Is there any obvious solution they have? Somebody in the minors that's about ready to come up and contribute?
They called up the next Bobby Orr a few minutes ago. They called up Leo Loof.
Leo Loof.
What do you know about Leo Loof, Doug?
Well, I know he's a pretty good skater. Likes the game, this kid. And he played well in juniors. And I know in Canada they've all liked him. And I think based on what I've seen of him in the minors, I think he's ready.
Yeah. I think he's a good north-south guy.
Yeah. He'll make some passes that are tape to tape. And he likes to play a 200-foot game.
Leo Loof. Can you spell that?
Yeah.
L-O-U-F. I feel like it's a weird spelling. L-O-U-F-F-E.
I think there might be an umlaut live.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Yes. Does he have any sandpaper in his game?
Loof. L-O-O-F. And, Doug, he does have a twin brother. How will that help him?
Oh, he does.
NHL
the Loof brothers.
Where is his twin brother? Why isn't he up also?
Maybe they can work them both in there.
Okay.
But, you know, they're going on a road trip here, so they've run with 6 defensemen just because that's all they got healthy. But with that road trip, they call it Leo Loof. Supposed to be his first stint with the Blues. You know, pretty good player. I think you nailed it. I got nothing else to add to that scouting evaluation.
Yeah.
I've watched him a long time.
Well, most of their young talent,
at this guy.
Their young talent, though, it's all forwards like Dvorsky and Snuggerud. I have not heard a young defenseman's name in a while. Have you?
Yeah, no, just the guy that they drafted this past year, but he's years away, maybe, you know, a year or two. Adam Jurasek, but you're right. Yeah, so
they don't have it waiting in the wings, and you got all these guys out injured.
Yeah, and especially, you know, even if you did, like with a Jurasek, it's going to take a couple years. So I mean, the Dvorskys, he's in Springfield. A lot of people still clamoring for him to come up. I think the team right now just wants to keep him where he's at. You know, he's raw. You know, I talked to some people in Springfield. He's playing well, but you know, it's just still not there yet. He's like not dominating the games down there, so you want to continue to get that growth down there. And then Snuggerud, and he's tearing it up in the Big Ten with Minnesota, doing a really good job. You know, I actually might think a lot of people are disappointed that he didn't come up here with the Blues this year. You know, I think this might be better for him. You know, this is going to be a tough year for the Blues, right? And he could have taken some lumps with them, but if he can have some success at Minnesota, I think it might have been best in the big picture to come next year.
Is this a dangerous time where the hope that they could just sort of kind of hang around and kind of be quasi-playoff eligible in March, you know, like, well, we're kind of in the mix. That was their best case scenario. Is it potentially teetering where we just realize, all right, this is just not the year. Kind of like the 2023 Cardinals. At some point, you just said, okay, this is not turning around. I don't want to overstate it, but it feels like we're kind of in this period where it could really tip, and you say, okay, they're just not any good.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Like, you get that adrenaline push when you lose those guys to injury, and teams generally, you know, maybe they'll rattle off 6 out of 7 and kind of keep in the hunt. But, you know, when you're without Thomas and you're without Broberg, and like we just talked about, you're bumping up some of these guys like Kessel and Perinovich playing on a regular basis. You know, I think that this team is in a situation where, yeah, I think you're at that point, even though it's only November, Martin, where, you know, you wonder, can this even be a team that stays afloat and is in any kind of position to be competitive when Robert Thomas and Broberg come back?
We got a bunch of texts here. Harrison's brother Master wants his weekly Jordan Kyrou thoughts. He says, question for JR, weekly update on Kyrou, please. Only cost us 2 games in the last week. Not too bad for him. Also, I think we need to start a Drew Bannister weekly update. How much time does he have left? That's Harrison's brother Master.
Well, I'm bummed out that I'm not going to be at Gabe's. I could give him a Kyrou answer at Gabe's this weekend.
The trivia night's been canceled.
Oh, it's been canceled?
Yeah, trivia night's been canceled. Yeah, only sold 85 tickets. We didn't really do a whole lot of promoting it. We were coming over here. We were catching a lot of hell.
I'm still going to be there, Friday.
But me and Martin are still going to just hang out in the parking lot and drink 40 ounces.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to hang out at my grade school.
Why not? St. Catherine,
well, they lock them up. It's not for older guys to just lurk around the
what
grade
do you mean
schools.
by that? Why wouldn't you go back to your grade school?
It just seems kind of weird.
Man,
I hang out at Crestwood Elementary on a Friday night. It's just not what I do.
Done some promoting. I went to it last year. Had a blast.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was kind of an awkward time, as you might remember, when everything was going on around here. So we didn't really talk about it too much.
Okay, well, if there's no trivia night, then I guess I got to give the Kyrou answer here.
Yes, you do.
Another opportunity.
Was Harrison's brother Master at the trivia night last year?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I thought you met him. He's been mercurial.
I met a lot of people that night that were in your cult. We had
a behavior.
Well, it's good that JR understands how this works.
Yeah.
It's Timmy's show.
Your dad's here when they get here.
No, it's Jimmy Stewart.
It's the same guy.
Yes.
No, with Kyrou, like, I see what you guys see. Same thing. And, you know, the part that's tough to swallow is when he says, I need to be more direct, and a week later makes another turnover and says, I need to be more direct. Yeah. Okay, at one point do you learn? Like, I really do think the veterans are, you know, probably to the point where they're scratching their head on that one. And then Bannister, I know that's a hot topic right now. When I say that, you know, people just see the team on the ice and they wonder, you know, how long are the Blues, you know, behind Drew Bannister. And I keep telling people who say that to me is, you know, this is a retool. Like, this is not a great roster. This is a roster that's in flux. It's got some veterans like Brandon Saad. Like, what's he mean to the organization at this point? You know, guys older with contracts, and then some younger guys who are trying to get some ice time, like a Bolduc. So what's like, would Joel Quenneville come in and get this team in the playoffs? Like, is that what people think? So, you know, I get when people have their opinions about the current coach when the team isn't playing well. But if you're Tom Stillman and you're Doug Armstrong and you brought this guy in to lead you for the couple of years here for the retool, how quickly do you turn on that situation?
I can't imagine, but do you think that there is any conversation about him in a spot where he's under the microscope?
I don't want to be naive and say that there's not. I'm sure that there's some, you know, thought behind the scenes of, okay, where are we? What do we have in Drew? Is he bringing some progress to this organization like we hoped he would? And, you know, whatever their thoughts are on that, when I say they, I'm talking about Tom Stillman, Doug Armstrong, Alex Steen, and the rest of the staff. You know, I don't know what they're thinking. But to me, like, Doug Armstrong said he's our guy. I talked to Tom Stillman this summer, and he said, hey, everybody thought that we were looking elsewhere. Like, Drew is our guy here. So, and I know they got to say that publicly, but I really do think that they understand that they're in this retool.
I get that part, but I mean, respectfully to that, if he was their guy, there wouldn't have been that kind of delay in parentheses to see if the Bruins
what about the
would lose to the
Marmol
Leafs.
extension? Sometimes these things just take time.
Yeah, but, and you're right, Tim. Tim, you're right, and it's a great point. The only thing is the delay was Jim Montgomery, and I just think it was a pipe dream. Like, he was never...
Oh, you don't think he was...
Well, I just don't think that...
He would have come in with this roster.
I don't think that Boston was not going to bring him back this year.
Okay.
You know, so when they won the first round, especially last year, it was pretty set, and that's when the Blues came out and said, "Okay, Drew, you know, sign on the dotted line here." So I get all the speculation and all the different angles of that question, I just look at it as this is not a great roster. This is likely not a playoff team, especially with the injuries. And it's a situation where if you bring in a coach now who you think is your coach for the next 3 or 4 years, like what's he going to do now that's going to get them ready for that point? I think Drew's the guy that they need right now.
I have a two-parter. And the first one's a statement. I think we're getting really close to a Doug Armstrong day where he comes out and calls out the players and then defends Banny. This is my theory.
He did do that around this time 2 years ago.
He'll kind of come out and say, I talked to the guys today, I held a meeting, and it's on them. Sick of all this crap talk about like whatever. I think it's time for some tough Army talk. I think that's coming. And then the second one is a question for JR. Do you think Joe Quenneville gets a job in the league, and do you think it's happening soon?
Well, I hope that happens today. Doug comes out because I don't know what I'm going to write for tomorrow. So that would really help.
Well, I'm going to text him. JR would really like.
Yeah, he needs a story. I don't know what I'm going to write. And with Joel Quenneville, I do think he's going to be a coach in the league. I think he's trying to find the right spot. That's no insight. I have traded a couple texts with him within the last year of just saying, hey, whenever you would like to. I know he had the great podcast with
Cam
Strickland and Cam. But hey, if you want to say something, like if you want to talk about coming back to the league and then when he does get a job, and so he's been receptive to potentially doing a story when that comes. But in terms of where that's going to be and when it's going to be, I just don't know.
But not here. And people were saying yesterday, some people that I know were like, hey, you think Quenneville would come here? Why?
Why?
Would he's
at this point in his life?
Yeah, I mean, he's older. He's accomplished. I'm sure he'd love to be over at Obie Clark's, but he wants to win, and it's just not going to happen here.
Yeah,
so put that to rest, folks.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's been some interest in the past. I was told it was a year or two ago that the Blues had interest in making Joel Quenneville kind of an eye in the sky. He couldn't be a head coach in the league at the time, but the league poo-pooed it and said, no, that can't happen. He's not reinstated. But since then, he's been reinstated. So in terms of comfort with the city, with the organization, with Joel Quenneville, enjoy that with St. Louis, perhaps. But it just doesn't seem like the right match from where the organization is right now and where he's at in his career, like Tim said.
And the league didn't want him coaching because of what happened in Chicago when he was there?
Yeah.
Jeremy Rutherford with us every Wednesday. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. His number is 314-889-0503. I have gotten to know Mark quite well over the last 7 years, and I really advocate for all listeners to make sure they have a financial advisor. It doesn't matter how young you are. Get a financial advisor, and if you are looking for one that I can recommend wholeheartedly, that would be Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Give him a call at 314-889-0503. And I assure you, once you get off the phone, you will feel much better about your situation because now you have somebody in your corner and somebody with a plan for you that is customized to you. Plus, Mark is just a really good guy, passionate listener of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and he is a really good person to have as a financial advisor. Sponsor of Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA. JR, thank you so much for coming in as always, sir.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Mark.
There, it's Jeremy Rutherford, and you can read him in The Athletic, and he is hoping for a Doug Armstrong presser today so he can have something to write about tomorrow. Jeremy Rutherford with us here on the program, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug wanted the remix.
Yeah, I requested this before the show ever
Doug
started.
got the remix. He got the remix. He got the remix. Kid Cudi?
That's right.
It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Welcome to the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Email it for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. And you're also welcome to get involved in the program and listen anytime you want by podcasting on the TMA STL app. We have our own app. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company and the 101 ESPN app. That is also brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, online at schaeferdoor.com.
I have a belated airing of grievance. I apologize.
And this is Jackson's grocery store?
No.
Oh, a lot of people were mad about that on the text line saying,
Oh, really?
Yeah, just saying, dumbass, you could do like a 12-pack of soda is a simple item. You made that part of your diatribe, and people are pointing out that's not really a big problem to swipe a 12-pack of soda.
Apologize, Jackson.
No, can I get a 30?
He's calling a short time.
He's calling a timeout.
Just as a quick 30. The problem is, like, when you go through the regular checkout line with a 12-pack of soda, they're not putting that in the bag. They're giving it to you to put back under the cart. That's not an option at the self-checkout, so it muddles up the works. It gums it up, truly.
Why can't you put it in your own cart by your own self?
No, because then the sensor won't pick it up, and then it'll say, stop, put that in the bagging area.
Oh.
That's how the stealing happens.
So it's not about the swiping, the scanning, it's about the packaging,
It's about the kind of items. If you're in question about it, you're in the wrong line.
But Eddie McVeigh, friend of the show, Maggie O'Brien's, I was downtown yesterday.
Oh, yes. I mean, an all-timer, Eddie McVeigh.
They call him Steady Eddie as opposed to Fast Eddie. He's buddies with Fast Eddie. He goes, the difference is I'm Steady Eddie. So I was going to the Blues game, and I was at the stoplight, so I took a shot of his spread there, Maggie O's, and I texted him, said, going over to the game. And I said, we were talking about you. He said, I heard. And he said, I was in the shower, and I got out, and my phone's blowing up. He said, I thought something was on fire. And he goes, it's just you idiots. So we went back and forth a little bit. And then he says to me, are you at Blues? Now, this is at 6:45. I was there doing great TV journalism.
Great TV journalism.
And then I left. So he said, are you at Blues? And I said, I was, headed back to the studio. And then he wrote, who cares?
Oh.
And I said, well, you asked. He said, who cares? He asked me if I was at the Blues game. And I said, oh, I had to head back to the studio. Wasn't acting like a big shot. Yep, back to the studio. Yep. He says, who cares? I'm like, well, you asked me.
He really let you have it.
And then he said, just playing, sucker.
Oh, I like that.
And that kind of felt like
sucker. I like that, Doug.
kind of felt like a Kojak response. Listen here, sucker.
Telly Savalas.
So then I said, we'll probably call you tomorrow. And I just realized I forgot to tell you guys that. So
That's a pretty big hassle, though, isn't it, to drive from Page and Lindbergh downtown to cover
I was
Cardinals
thinking the exact same
Blues
thing,
and-
Doug, when it comes to journalism, we don't know any boundaries.
No distance is too far, that kind of
No,
thing.
I mean, I think back like Larry Connors, if there was a disaster, he'd be there on site. He'd be wearing the hard helmet. You want to go where the
That's your
story.
inspiration, Larry?
Yeah, you go where the story. Amron and I arrived this morning on the scene. Oh, you and Amron got there at the same time. I like to get down, I'd say at least once per homestand. In all seriousness, you talk to people, you see people, you kind of do get a little bit of the pulse of what's going on.
Yeah, it helps to be down there. But you got to pay to park. $25 to park
over there on whatever that would be. Not Olive or Pine.
Walnut.
Maybe, I don't know. What is the street one over from Market to the north of Market where they have a bike lane for all of the St. Louis bikers, cyclists, and then you park what feels like in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
But then you go over to the meter.
It's by that
and
St.
like,
Joseph Church, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's St. Joseph, Doug.
And then you say hi to some of the homeless folks on your way to the arena.
The Reverend Rice.
But that street, I don't know the name.
Chestnut.
Okay.
I knew it was some kind of
Did
nut.
KG know that, or did he look it up?
I think he knew it.
I did not. I looked it up.
Oh, God, our alliance.
Honesty in media.
Yeah, it is honesty
in media. We need
Nut
that these
bar.
days. No, so Doug, I did not pay to park. You're supposed to plug the meter.
I love free parking.
I like to roll the dice on the old pay. Because if I get a ticket, I'll just turn in the 2 bucks. Say, I paid the meter. I don't know what happened.
I saw his live shot. Nice job, Martin. That's from our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Steve in Wildwood, who's also a chairman. We have 2 chair people on this program.
Thank you, Steve.
Chairman
Caught
Kurt,
up with the
Chairman
great
Steve.
Colton Pareko. He's about a head taller than me without skates, and he went -3 last night after the Big 2 Fox interview.
Mr. Sider's not happy with Jackson, but that's kind of the brand. You moron, there are hand scanners at self-checkout. That's from Mr. Sider.
Not everywhere. Not everywhere. At Target,
Mr.
they have
Sider
that.
says so.
At Target, they have that. Not everywhere.
Mr. Sider's critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance. I think it's an open club face. He needs to compress the ball. He's kind of got a wipey swing right now, Martin.
Yeah, working
well, in defense of Jackie, there are a lot of people who abuse the system, right? When it says 10 items and they've got 14, or they're up there with 8 different eggplant, they're scanning them and weighing them. Like, oh,
14 is one thing. It's we're getting into the 20s and 30s on a busy day.
Do you ever just kind of passive aggressively go, too many items, lots of items?
The one time where it really got under my skin, the lady was complaining about how long the line was to the person on the phone, and I was thinking, like, you are the reason that it's taking so long because you have 40 items in your cart.
And what did she say when you said that?
I didn't say it. I'm soft.
No, we don't want to get in a fight in a grocery store.
Those lemons on special?
She looks like a sweet old lady. I wasn't going to berate her. That's a Larry David thing to do.
Beer Cat says, I didn't see Martin, but I was in the all-inclusive, so I probably wasn't paying attention.
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
I might need context on that one.
So many different options.
A lot to work with. You're welcome to participate in the program if you would like by texting in, by calling in, or by emailing in. And you are also welcome to watch Doug when he puts the hot take mittens on. Chris Bondoff of EDF said the hot take mittens should have come on for Steven's call when he called in. So
I didn't know he'd be such a smithy.
Yeah, he was really fired up. Steven always is welcome to be a friend of the show. You can be a friend of the show. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is Hyatt and will prevent your facility from having Hyatt fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. This is TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Timberwolves' struggles kind of continue as the Trailblazers, that's right, defeat the Timberwolves 122-108. The Time Lord himself, Robert Williams III, with 19 points and 9 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Martin, you wanted to hear it? Well, you got it. From 1985's Best Picture Teen Wolf, this is Boof.
In honor of Leo Loof?
That's
Ooh,
correct.
that's good. Yeah, that's all I use.
Reset, 9 o'clock hour. We got a Timberwolves update there. That was helpful.
Time Lord. Knee injuries be damned. Still
Jackson, Cleveland's off to a 12-0 start.
That's right.
Can you name their starters, some of the guys who play?
I bet he could name 3.
D. Mitch is the key, right?
Well, yeah, so you get Darius Garland at point, Spida, Donovan Mitchell.
Spida.
Karis, Donovan Mitchell from Louisville. Karis LeVert, who was once called Tervis Parrish when he won Carnegie Strode.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Evan Mobley, really good forward who's developing really nicely. And then Jared Allen.
We'll have more Cavs talk coming up. Yeah, how about that?
Holy smokes.
You're a little bit impressed right now.
I do the work. I'd say, like, you can say a lot about me. I do the work.
Do you have the pass, the NBA pass at home?
I had to get rid of League Pass. Otherwise, I would watch 0 hockey games.
I thought you were watching 0 hockey games.
Well, I'm watching like 1 or 2.
Oh.
So that would be a major decrease if I watch 0, so I had to get rid of the League Pass.
Well, Big Al's not happy about your Sports Center update or your hockey viewing. If you go to a Blues game, you're going to see Big Al, and he is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines right now here on TMA. Good morning, Big Al.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Well, hello, Al.
Am I the caller that they actually decide to answer the phone? You got 82 guys back there playing patty cake. God knows you got hanger-oners all around the place, and nobody will answer the dang phone.
Stop giving us the business.
How you doing, Doug?
I'm fine.
Morning. Good story, man. I got more people hitting me up about us winning the Blues Cup with my jersey you took, and we wouldn't have won. There's no way, because Bennington would have fell on his ear. Because that jersey that you were carrying around brought us home, and I'm telling you,
this is a callback. So Big Al's doing a callback because I told the story on the way to Game 7 the day before, I believe. I told my wife I had to run and see Big Al, and she said, "Why?" I said, "I need to get a maroon jersey to take to Boston because it's good luck." And I did pack it in my luggage to head back to Beantown, and then they won the cup. Thank you, Big Al. Thanks, Al.
It ain't bragging if you do it, and I did it. So hey. I got a good story for you on the checkout situation. Not quite like, the thing Jackson's talking about today. He has no idea as usual. Nice hockey boy. But when it was for sure that Kroenke was taking the Rams. So how am I going to pay this guy back? It's got to hit him in the wallet. So back then they didn't check. So I would go to Walmart and I'd load up my cart and I'd go up and I'd go, okay, this soda's 4 packs for $10 at Walgreens. This hamburger's on sale at Schnucks for buy 2 packs, get 2 free. And this over here, this vodka, this buy 1, get 1 free at Deerberg's. And they'd price match without checking. So they get done, they go, "You just saved $80 price match. Thanks for shopping at Walmart." And I'd look up at his little camera and I'd go, "Suck it." So, yeah, I did that for quite a long time.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah. You on that, Stan.
You got it.
That resonated in Malibu.
Probably sold a yacht.
Okay.
I made up my own sales in the lane.
Is that shoplifting?
Buy 2, get 2 free at Deerberg's. Okay.
What do you got going today? Big Al,
okay.
In addition to storytelling, what else you got going today?
Nothing. I got to keep an eye on the Beagle. He had to go to the vet, and he's got an infection raging, so I got to watch him. So.
All right. Well, no drinking until 5 o'clock.
Oh, heck no. I've had me some A&W root beer ice cream and a little steak from Charlie Gito's.
9:50 a.m.
Salad for some Fratelli. So
all right.
I'm going to go down and smoke a bowl and watch some TV.
Oh, how is your health? I know you were battling it there for a while.
Great.
Sounds like you're in good
I
shape
had
now.
my last scan was 2 weeks ago, and I'm cancer-free. Thank you.
All right. There you go, Big Al.
That's great to hear.
fans in the TMA world that are now telling me to go back to drinking bleach since they know I'm healthy. So I appreciate all you guys.
All right. God bless. Big Al, long time.
Collier and Thompson,
friend of the show. I think he called into the Frank Opinion show, actually.
Nearly 3 million people in the metropolitan area, and the only 2 people who seem to get through it. Who camps on a parking lot in O'Fallon and Doug's giant man-baby benefactor. Why? Why do you hate us? That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day.
We had Scott or whoever, he called in earlier.
Whoever. Yeah.
Janet. She defended.
That was like a couple weeks ago.
Caller Ellen has texted in, and Sharon texts in as well, and she's not happy. She says they do have scanners everywhere, even at Aldi. Not that Piddles would go there. Also, if a case of soda, quote, mucks you up, then you really didn't take advantage of your private school education. Dork! That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Gosh, I went to Ladue, Horton Watkins High School. That's a public high school. I went to a public high school.
And Clayton and Ladue are arch rivals.
They are.
Maybe that's where some of her
Never lost to them in basketball. Never. Never would, never had.
Wow. Dork, that's a little strong. I like reading texts that are out of context. And this one at 8:20 a.m. just says, Jackson, do you pay attention ever?
To what?
They gave, I don't know. It's out of context. This is out of context.
I have to, I'm pharmaceutically inclined to pay attention.
But they wrote it.
What the hell does that mean?
That means he's snorting up Adderall over there.
Oh, not snorting. But I take it orally. Why is that funny? Why is that? That's what it says on the side of the bottle.
101 ESPN.
On the side.
I take it orally. The morning after.
That's what it says on the side of the bottle.
Again, I'm enjoying the show. Jackson, do you ever pay attention? And then it just said, pay attention, ... Ever. It was sort of the Pat Summerall
I hate when people put so many dots on there to, like, emphasize their condescension. Like, 3 dots. That's the grammatical rule. It's 3 dots. It's all the same.
I think there's 3 dots. You don't think 6 dots helps the
No,
cause?
you're just being a jackass, honestly.
With 6 more dots.
Yeah, it's just it's overkill.
Okay. Anything else you're taking orally that we should know about?
See, this is unfair.
You'll take me orally, Jackson. That's from 636 and Martin. Here we go. Here we go.
It says on the side of the bottle. I'm just being anatomically correct.
Are you HDH? Are you
ADD? ADD, and I got it bad, and that ain't good? Yeah. ADD. ADD, HD.
That's why Jackson stays here until 6 at night. Now, the powers that be see it, and they're like, man, that Jackson's always working hard.
Yeah.
But Jackson will, because of honesty and media, acknowledge that he can't get his job done in an efficient manner, so he gets distracted, and then a task that might take a couple hours actually takes like 4 or 5.
Is that right? And then I call you and text you, I'm making it worse, I'm distracting you?
It's a big Costanza move to just hang around here and to make it seem like I'm burning the oil at both ends, or the candle, I should say.
I think they diagnose about half the human beings now in your generation as ADD.
Yeah, probably.
No, nobody had it when I was a kid. Nobody
was diagnosed with it. I guarantee there are people who had it.
Probably, but something's happening where so many people get diagnosed with this.
A lot more distractions, a lot more screens, baby.
Every other kid now seems to have it.
Yeah, a lot of distractions. Listen, I can't speak for my generation. I can speak for me, and I can tell you I can't focus, but it helps. But I lock in for the program. I'm focused. Trust me.
Because you're at all.
I'm sure.
Of course.
Really?
Yeah, but I would say more so like just lock it. Like the weird thing about ADD is you can get really easily distracted, but you can also hyper focus on one thing. Now that can be a positive thing, or that can be a really negative thing. But in terms of like the radio show, I hyper focus during that on the show, which is good.
It probably goes back to vaccines. If I had to guess.
Oh, where's the bear?
Oh, Connor Stein's back.
The signals just came in. Jackson's been holding that thing up
What
left
year
and
is
right.
it? We have to text who's on
The
hold.
listeners love watching Jackson do it and trying to figure out what live read we have. That's becoming a little sport in the air comfort service text inbox.
I'm going to wear the Tony Sperano sunglasses so you can't see what I'm thinking.
This is for lowtusa.com, which is mentality. Feeling like you've lost your edge? If your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. I went out there and I got tested, in and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly staff. Visit Mentality today at lowt.com. USA.com. That's low T, USA.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. If you're struggling to keep off the weight or maintain muscle, testosterone levels could be the culprit. Is belly fat and lack of muscle tone holding you back? What used to be easy to maintain might be harder now, but mentality can help. Go to lowtusa.com and learn more about mentality and get tested. See what those levels are like. At mentality, it's super easy to do. lowtusa.com. That's mentality. lowtusa.com. Wilmore Park bathroom attendant says he's switching his name. New texture name is Jackson's Adderall binge.
Oh,
I don't know who's going to switch that. How many do you snort a show?
Just one.
One rail? What do you roll up a $100 bill? Just like rub it in our faces?
No, just one dose. 10
and it's
milligrams.
like on the edge of like a little key? And you just do a little toot?
Yeah, or a necklace. You keep a necklace. That's a good look. It's like, oh, what's this necklace for?
That's what's going on over there, Doug. We're over here doing a little sports journalism, and he's over there, and it's like Scarface.
I'm so clueless to the whole drug culture. I don't know what a
This
necklace
is prescribed medicine. This is not drugs.
What were you talking about? Taking it on a necklace?
I just told you I took it orally, and everyone's oh, you guys like the wacky inflatable man.
That's the Strauss.
Yeah.
Is it liquid or a pill?
It's a pill.
Is this 9-3?
Is this 9-3?
I just want to stay because there seems to be a lack of focus for the group.
Well, that goes back to the Adderall.
Right, that's why I thought I would help by pointing out this is 9-3.
All right, we will break. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupa, 101 ESPN.
TMA.
Presented by Brown & Crouppen. 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour here. Martin Kilcoyne will be exiting because you have a couple things that you need to tend to.
I got a lot in 9-5 today.
That's what you're going to be having to tend to those.
Stephen Wildwood said, I saw Martin's live shot too. Timmy would have done it better. Signed Timmy's dad.
See, now that's eliminating.
Now it's a thing. It's a thing
read.
now.
It's a tight read. I mean, it's a tight read. The Missouri spread is up to 12 for the South Carolina game. It was at 11.5. Eli Drinkwitz, though, says he has full confidence in Drew Pine as they prepare for him to get the start on Saturday. Here is the Missouri head ball coach.
Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in Drew, and whoever gives us the best opportunity to win is who we're going to play. And yeah, we won't know anything on Brady till later in the week. But I would anticipate Drew's going to, we'll prepare for Drew to be the starter. There's a chemistry aspect of offense that's disrupted when, you've got the center and the quarterback, that are going to be new. But I think everybody's got to do their job and have each other's backs and know that there's going to be some issues that we got to work through and not get too high or too low about them.
Is that the crowd cheering in the background during that news conference?
Not during the news conference. That is audio was put together by Natalie Jones of ABC 17 in Columbia.
KMIZ.
Oh.
So they may have run the
there.
clip on television and covered it with some B-roll that had a little
B-roll,
nap.
Doug.
Oh, yeah.
She does a really good job of tweeting out like little 40-second clips of Drink's post games and press conferences that I very much appreciate.
And we just steal it?
I just gave credit right there.
Oh, okay.
Would you have given
Did you catch it? You noticed the pitch was higher? Or was it a higher octave?
But, I mean, like the Drink audio, that's available everywhere. That's Mizzou puts that out.
Yeah, I watch those on YouTube. He's talking about Connor Towson. The center is going to be out, so now you'll have Pine and Towson. Martin, are you starting to believe that it's going to be Drew Pine on Saturday now?
I think it is, but I'm not ruling out Brady. I'm not there yet.
Chairman Curdy ruling out Brady Cook. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Curdy answers your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101.
Not ruling Cook out, but I'm saying it's highly unlikely that he plays.
Okay, but not ruling him out.
What percentage would you give him?
Say we're at 85% Pine.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess it could be gamesmanship with Drinkwitz saying, well, yeah, we'll plan on playing Pine.
He likes to do that after the fact. He likes to say his gamesmanship after the fact.
Yeah.
Kind of like the quarterback competition.
Yeah.
That wasn't. J.R. Blood, what do you think? 5%? 10%?
One snap, mishandled the handoff, and then sent him right to the bench.
But if they're trailing 3-0 on Saturday at halftime, Tim, will you feel confident knowing it was all part of the plan?
That was all the game plan. I've got something. I read this on the Colonel's website, powermizzou.com. I want to see what you boys think on this one.
Right.
And a gentleman wrote, this wasn't the Colonel or Gerard Hamilton writing this, that he actually thinks, weirdly, Missouri's chances of getting to the college football playoff, as low as they might be, I mean, we're all in agreement that they're minuscule, but their chances of having a higher ceiling are actually with Drew Pine. Because, at least as far as SEC competition has gone, I think the best the Missouri passing game looked was, in particular, in the fourth quarter against Oklahoma, weirdly enough. Now, I would also say that the floor is at its lowest with Drew Pine, as we saw against Auburn, as we saw against Alabama in the first half against Oklahoma. But once they allowed him to throw the ball, and once he realized, I think, that he needed to step up into the pocket, which is what he did more of at Notre Dame, that is when he kind of got his groove. Now, I realize that the big catches, the credit needs to go in part in a major way, too, to Luther Burden and Theo Weiss, in particular for the two substantial catches on that 2-minute drive. But as far as actually beating teams like Carolina and then perhaps beating teams like Mississippi State and Arkansas badly, I think that's where the higher ceiling could be. I'm not saying it will be, but I think it could be. I think you've already kind of seen enough of Brady Cook, and it just didn't there this year.
Because he's compromised in some way, even beyond
a lot of ways. I think it's upper and lower body,
Yeah, because the injuries that we know about, and maybe an injury we don't even know about, potentially.
Yes.
The way he has appeared this year doesn't appear to be anything close to last year's Brady Cook. That's an interesting take, so that Drew Pine, as bad as he was...
low floor, lower than Cook's, but a higher ceiling. crazy as it might sound.
I thought all season, at least what we've seen of Pine, he has to be better than what we saw in those first couple of games.
And we saw it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and he was pretty good at Notre Dame. He has to be better. I think just getting enough snaps, getting the jitters out, playing in a game is a whole lot different than sitting on the sidelines, mentally, obviously. So, I think there's a lot to that. If Cook is hobbling around on an ankle and baby in a sore wrist, he's not much good to you. If he plays, I'd take Pine too in that case.
All right, let's go to our two. Jackson's not a Tiger nationalist. If anything, he's anti-Tiger nationalist. What do you think of that take, Jackson?
I think based on what Brady's dealing with, because his best talents is improvising and scrambling away from pressure, and then also, being able to throw on the run. If you're compromised both with your ankle or foot and gripping the football, to me, it's like no doubt. Like until you're fully healthy and confident too, because also with injuries can stay in your mind. You might be a little hesitant. I think you give the guy who's just totally healthy and kind of playing with free money in a way because he's the backup. Just let him run. Just let him go crazy. That's what it felt like the fourth quarter was, where he was just kind of free rolling. He's like, I'm going to throw it.
Win a game, win a musial. He might be for a courageous effort if he goes to
sick or something.
Well, we could weave it in.
Got a prosthetic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to me, the Missouri Football Authority, the gentleman who has constructed the path for the Tigers to the college football playoff and their eventual rematch with Ohio State, this time for the national championship. I think there is a chance Ohio State would actually dress all of their starters for this game. Is Chairman Kurt. Chairman Kurt, what do you think on my Drew Pine higher ceiling perspective?
Yeah, I would tend to lean towards Pine right now. I think so much of what we go off of is based off of what we saw out of Brady last year, and that hasn't been there at all this year. And I think there might be something to riding the hot hand and
you kind of got nothing to lose anyway.
Yeah.
It depends on your perspective. I think for some Missouri fans, it's like, 10-win seasons don't come along all that often. And yeah, that's true, except they didn't used to play 12 games with 4 scheduled butt-asses. So it's not apples to apples. Just look at the schedule from the 1970s. You weren't handed, number one, you didn't play 12 games, and number two, you were playing ridiculous non-conference opposition in addition to Big 8 teams. So when they're talking about Indiana's never been 10-0, I'm like, yeah, they haven't, but they also didn't get to play these randos to boost the win total. So I don't really care if they finish 10-2 and they say, it really helps recruiting. What helps recruiting is NIL and money. That's what helps real recruiting in 2024. So if you've got a shot, and listen, I don't think they have a choice anyway. I think it's Pine either way. But what we saw in the fourth quarter against a legitimate SEC opponent was the best the Missouri passing game has looked this year, kind of crazily. So, listen, am I expecting it? No, but I kind of also don't think you have anything to lose, and that might free the team up as well. No matter what, the defense is going to have to try to keep South Carolina in check. That's a different operation than the song and dance that Oklahoma came to.
If Mizzou were to win, who does Drink have on his list? Because we got Stoops. We got
Spurrier?
Cannell. Mm-hmm. Is there a Spurrier shot?
Can take a hit.
I think I could be off on this, but I get a sense that I don't know where Drinkwitz is on Beamer, but I get the sense that Beamer really doesn't like. You're nodding on this, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah,
that Beamer really does not like Drinkwitz.
I think he'd have Beamer in the crosshairs if they pull
you think
this one out.
He'd say something though.
What's that?
You think he'd say something?
I don't know. I think it depends a lot about how the game kind of unfolds, but
I don't know if either one has ever been vocal specifically about the other, but I feel like if you read between the tea leaves, Beamer takes shots at Drinkwitz.
Definitely.
Yeah. That's my do you get that sense, Jackson?
A little bit, but Drink has his numbers so bad right now that it's like it's kind of tough. I don't know.
I think it's off the chart. It's going to be something like, great for MIZ, everybody, and I saw where Brent Stover didn't think we'd win today.
Brent Stover!
And you'll be like, wait, what? And they made their picks the other day, CBS Sports Network. Well, I saw Brent Stover say we were going to lose, and it's going to be somebody random.
Brent Stover.
Well, or
DBA Bram
Dari
Stoker.
Nokwa or somebody.
Dari Nokwa, yeah.
He's going to name somebody that you're not expecting.
What if it was Bram Stoker?
That it was on a podcast.
I feel like he goes into that mode when he knows he's kind of got something to be a little, apologetic about. You know what I mean?
I kind of like cocky Drink.
Okay, after the K-State game, you had the Mevis kick, but you also, before that, had the debacle of the delay of game penalty.
Ugh.
So that's when, even though people, I think, were booing him and not Brady Cook, it became they're booing him. Then you had Oklahoma and the fact that you were up and then quickly down within a matter of a couple. I could be off the mark on that.
You think he's up late game planning instead of like 1st and 10, it's like, okay, after the game,
who am I going to
on-field zinger, podium zinger. Okay, what do you think this week? On-camera zinger, podium zinger.
Yeah, if they beat South Carolina, I can get my false hopes up.
Okay.
That's what I need to do.
The path opens up.
There you go. Chairman Kurt's path. Send your emails in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Martin, you have a thing.
I do. I got a couple of things.
What is it now?
Just stuff.
Okay. Doug's trying to find out how he can get things and stuff.
Yeah.
Things and stuff.
I need more stuff. ...
Martin is heading out for the day. Jackson, Doug, Chairman Kurt, and I will be hanging around. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today coming your way at 10:45. So send them in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, what are the standings on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today for the month of November as we approach the halfway point?
Buck Swope has 4 wins.
He's so dangerous.
Buck Swope has 4 wins. JV Golf Coach has 2 wins. Then my cousin Vinny has himself a victory. Oh, and Alan Dadeville has a win as well.
And if I can make a plea here, shorten them up a little bit. Tighten it up.
Chairman Kurt.
I stand with you there, Kurt.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day. Longest running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp, has been taking care of my HVAC for a good long time. And I know he works with Martin and Doug as well. If you run into any issues with your heating system here as the cold temperatures approach, I see next week highs in the low 50s. So it's finally arriving. We just got a little respite. Go to designairservice.com and work with Seth and his team. Seth's 4th generation, and he prides himself on carrying on the tradition that his great-grandfather started when he created Design Air Heating and Cooling, and that is no upselling. Here is your problem. We're going to diagnose it. We're going to tell you how to fix it, and that's that. And we'll earn your trust in your business in the future that way, as opposed to upselling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Longest-running sponsor on TMA. We take a commercial break and come back with more here on TMA. The Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN. Nice. Thanks, you damn need in Fjord. How about that?
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Why did they sing it in a round with themselves?
That's all they got.
What about row, row, row your boat? That's a round.
Yeah, but that's even that seems a little. I never got the round. That sounds awful. Like, I never got why you would start singing later to make it. I don't get that.
It's just fun. Just a good time.
I guess.
We'll
I'm
row
not
your
much of a
boat coming
singer.
up here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. The program's name is The Morning After, and it is airing on 101 ESPN. And it's a program that solicits your involvement, even though Big Al, very critical of Chairman Kurt's ability to answer the phones. We still take your calls via the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Cocky Drink is the worst. The dude's a huge dork and needs to chill. He makes me cringe, and I understand the disdain for him around the league and around the nation. That's from the 314. Gabe said last night that it's not his ankle, it's his wrist that's keeping him out. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer regarding Brady Cook's situation. Larry Thornton, and I trust Larry Thornton through and through, he says Pine is not better than Cook, but I'm not sure he throws the ball to Burden or Weiss. Sometimes you just have to let receivers make plays. I guess he's saying Cook doesn't throw the ball to Burden or Weiss?
I guess.
I think
not
often enough anyway.
At his best, I think Brady Cook is better. I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah, but this current state with the wrist injury, much more so than the ankle injury, yeah, to me it's a no doubt. If you have any trouble gripping the football, that's like a non-starter for me. You got to be able to grip it, Doug.
Hey, Vladimir Burkett, we play in drops today, and then it's just ...
So I can never satisfy because I have played drops, but now I'm going to say, well, I've played a lot of drops, and then people are going to go back and they'll audit my drops, and it's no win.
They audit drops?
If you can't win, don't play. So I just choose not to play here.
Okay.
He's withdrawing from the game, Doug.
We did only use 3 dots, so that made you happy.
That's better. That's better. What's that called? It's the name.
Ellipsis.
Ellipsis. Thank you.
Doug is so hot. That's from Jeff.
I
That's all
couldn't
it is.
agree more.
PSA, hey, Doug, your prostate exam has been moved to the Best Western in Festus. See you then. That's from the...
No, okay. I go about every other day just to be sure, Not that it's recreational. I just want to be sure. They don't do it the way they used to do.
Get in your anal region.
There's no longer digits in your anal region now. It's just a blood test, I think.
Yeah, and you're mad about that medical change.
Well, yeah, it's not as fun to go to the doctor anymore.
The top goes down and the bottom goes up. You know what I mean?
Now Jackson's just going to fire drop after drop.
Naked bodies.
You can't let one texter, he's clearly in the Edmonds file right now. You can't let one texter get in your head.
That drop was germane to the conversation, the first one.
You like that use right there? That drop was germane to the conversation.
Yeah, lukewarm with it.
Jackson and I bet yesterday $20 that there will be, he's got 3 SEC, I'll give you 3 or less SEC teams.
Right.
4 or more, I win the $20. I feel like you could already pay me.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to make it more?
No.
Do you want 2 to 1 on your money if you want to add to the 20?
So you're just going to offer 2 to 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Well, so am I having to add more capital up front?
Yeah. So you already got one bet in at $20 on even money. I'm trying to entice more
Oh, you're trying to
action.
open up another. You're
That's
pressing.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'll throw a 10 or another 10, so I get another 20.
Chairman Carson.
I'll take nothing. This is called responsible gambling. This is called not overextending yourself.
All right. Here is Heather Dinich on Pat McAfee's program, which Jackson does not like, along with Morgan Wallen, and saying she would not rule out a 3-loss team for the college football playoff.
Is the conference dominance of SEC Big Ten, obviously it was apparently real last week, is that only going to grow stronger, you think, as the weeks grow on?
I think it is, even as you continue to see these teams with 2 losses. And as much as people keep throwing out the word elimination games every week, I would really hesitate to eliminate a 3-loss SEC team. And that includes if Georgia loses to Tennessee. Yes, I just said that. And here's why. Because in the first 10 years of the college football playoff, there have been 13 3-loss teams ranked in the selection committee's top 10 on selection day. So this has happened before. And if history repeats itself, then you could potentially see a 3-loss SEC team in, but they're not all created equal. Let me make that clear.
Amen.
All 3-loss SEC teams are not created equal. If Ole Miss loses a 3rd game, they're done. LSU, they're going to be way down at the bottom of the barrel right now. Georgia, though, has one of the toughest schedules in the country. That's why I treat them a little differently.
All right, so she's saying a 3-loss Georgia could get in.
Well, yeah, I think that's possible.
Josh Pate listed the following teams from the SEC. I don't know if anybody listens or watches his show. He's pretty knowledgeable, but he's just not really a household name. Anybody watch that CBS? He's a CBS guy a little bit, Chairman Kurt. Doug, here you go.
Okay.
Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Georgia, and Alabama. And he said, which of those teams do you think's getting in? You want to take a guess on who he said is in?
Tennessee, Texas, and Georgia? Tennessee, Texas, and Bama.
How about all of them?
That's the answer. It was kind of a trick question.
Yeah.
He says 5. All 5 are going to get in.
Yeah, I can see that.
5?
Now, I think the game changes with that conversation if A&M were to beat Texas, because then you got to have A&M in. I don't know how you don't have A&M in.
With 5, and then you add Notre Dame, that's 6. Then you add the ACC and Big 12 championship,
Now we're
that's 8. Then you add probably one more of the Big 12 and ACC, that's 9.
That's you saying that.
Okay,
that's
but
you.
What's operating?
And I don't think he's saying that.
All right.
That's where it comes in.
Okay.
And then your Boise State or whomever.
Right, but
Tulane.
But if you are to get 2 Big 12 teams in there, and I think BYU and Colorado getting in is not out of the realm of possibility, then you're leaving 2 spots for the Big 10, which would have 3 one-loss teams and 1 undefeated team.
I think the one that could get interesting is the Indiana thing.
Yeah.
That's the
if
one.
If they get smoked by Ohio State, then that's going to be really interesting.
That's the thing. And I'm going to be pulling for Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Kurt, for your road to Missouri glory, do we need Indiana to lose?
It'd be helpful.
Okay.
Get their ass beat on Saturday would be nice.
Yeah, they don't play this week. They're going to bye, and then they play at Ohio State. By the way, there's a real thing with Ohio State fans and the big noon kickoffs, the 11 o'clock kickoffs that are Central Time, big noon kickoffs in the Eastern Time Zone. And there was an exclusive interview yesterday in the New York Post regarding these big noon kickoffs. It is actually in the contracts of Ohio State and Michigan that after daylight savings time goes away, they do not play a game at night. How about that?
What?
Yeah. And the reason, per the New York Post, is the big money donors who tend to be older do not want to be driving at night.
Jesus.
Jackson just got hit.
Jesus. I thought it was bad when Ladue wouldn't put lights on their football field because the neighbors would complain about it. This is way worse.
Well, it would also be pretty darn cold for night games there in both places.
It's a little different program than the geography in the SEC, but there are a large number of fans who are complaining about, in particular in Ohio State, that Ohio State's going to finish its season with 6 straight Central Time-wise 11 o'clock games. Columbus is in the Eastern Time Zone, so noon kickoffs. Because, if you've been to a college football game at a big-time program anyway, and you've gone to an 11 o'clock kickoff versus a night game, I think everyone would agree the atmosphere tends to be a little more lubed up at night. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you like that, especially if you're in your 60s or 70s and you're not necessarily looking to have a cocktail. You don't really give a damn. But what this article said is they like the idea of being able to drive to Columbus or Ann Arbor and then come home while it's still light out. And since they're donating all the money to get these players to Michigan and Columbus, they want to be able to dictate the times. And so it is literally in the article in the New York Post that I was reading yesterday that the big money donors of Michigan and Ohio State are saying no to home night games, and they will case by case approve a night game on the road, but it depends on who it is. So that is why you see the Happy Valley whiteout and you don't see something like that in Columbus or in Michigan once the month of November rolls around. Fun facts for no and tell, Doug. How about that?
Doesn't Penn State have the juice to require the same thing?
They didn't have the juice that Michigan, Ohio State. And I also think at Penn State, they kind of like it.
Oh, they loved it. They
live for those night games. I mean, they got the night game against Illinois. It wasn't a whiteout game. And then they had the whiteout against Washington this past weekend, and they skull pounded them.
Are you guys prepared to become Mizzou boosters and send about $1 million a year that way every season?
I already am sending $5
million a year?
Yeah.
Michigan has only played 15 night games at Michigan Stadium, the first one in 2011.
Sounds like you're angry as a hornet.
I have a lot of gripes about the Big House.
I think that was against the Fighting Irish. You have gripes about the Big House?
I think, from what I've never been, so I can't. I'm not going to gripe. I've never been, so I can't gripe.
Wow, so that was a guy getting ready to deploy a take and then thought better of it in a half a second and then called it back.
It's called maturing.
What would the issue be, though, honestly?
I hear it's not that loud.
You hear it's not that loud?
Here because it's so spread out instead of on top of each other.
It's down in the ground.
Right, that it actually...
Like Chavez Ravine?
Like, it feels like there's a lot of people there, no doubt, because there's over 100,000, but like, it's way louder at Ohio State or Penn State where it's built more up and down. Like Seattle's field, the Seahawks field, is like built straight up in the air, so it traps all the sound in, whereas the Big House spreads out really far.
When you drive by, you don't hardly even know there's a stadium there.
Because it's underground.
Yeah. I told you about the Big Ten big dogs not playing night games on October 31st, Jackie boy. Do some show prep.
That's from the 608.
I don't even know who that is. I don't know who the 608 is. I don't
took
know.
you behind the woodshed.
Like some from August about Big. I don't remember. It's all homogenous over here.
Homogenous. Wow. Just so many multi-syllabic words. Penn State needs to be knocked out. They play and beat teams equivalent to Jackson's flag football teams in his younger years. That's from the 636. Even Jackson got roped into the Penn State criticism.
Goodness gracious. I'm just trying to live.
What's Penn State's best win?
Penn State.
I'm looking at it now.
ILL?
Illinois, maybe?
ILL, probably.
USC at USC?
I think ILL.
They won at Wisconsin.
On Wisconsin.
Jump around. I'd say ILL. Or I think the U.S. You can make a case for USC because it was on the road in Southern Cal, but I think we've all figured out that they're not all that great.
The fact that you homers think Mizzou is going to get into the college football playoff is accidentally ridiculous. Drink has no fire, and Mizzou hasn't played anybody.
I don't believe anybody on the program has said we think they're going to get.
No, we have a 3-page
almost no chance
poster board of the path that has to go down. We're well aware of the craziness that would have to happen.
Guys, that guy from yesterday has 10 large that 5 SEC teams don't get in. Maybe you can hook him up with this guy so they can wager. That's from Marsh's burner.
Who's this guy? I don't even know who we're talking about.
I think there was a guy saying that he was going to put 10 large on something yesterday, but I don't remember what the bet was.
No.
Our sports book isn't necessarily tidy like it needs to be, Doug. It's 1026 in St. Louis. We've got that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne always has to leave around 10 because he's got a thing. This is TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. The great James Carlton is my insurance agent, and I would like him to become your insurance agent as well. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, and he's also on our phone lines right now. Morning, James.
Good morning, Tim. I was listening to the Brady Cook Drew Pine conversation. It reminded me, remember when Kurt Warner had that thumb injury and it was just fumble-rooskies left and right? Yeah, I think you have to avoid the hand injury quarterback at all costs, so I fully expect Drew Pine. Hey, and I'll tell you this, South Carolina's defense gets all the love. They're averaging, allowing 17.5 points per game. Mizzou's allowing 18 per game. You don't hear anything about Mizzou's defense.
Fight Tiger.
Fight
South
Tiger.
Carolina allows 301 yards per game. Mizzou allows 295. I mean, so Mizzou's defense has been playing lights out for the majority of the year. Sans Texas A&M, in my opinion.
Yeah, the A&M game was the one where it just didn't really make sense across the board. But I agree with you. I'm really hopeful. I just want to have a sweat going into the final couple games of the season. That's where I am.
So we can get Stingray on next week to break down Hail State. Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, cowbells.
But hey, what else would be great would be saving a lot of your customers, your listeners, on their home, their life, and their auto insurance. And it's so easy to get a quote. CarltonInsurance.net. Call or text 314-961-4800. Any of your listeners that mention this program and mention Mizzou, we will donate to NIL on their behalf just for getting a quote. So check us out online at CarltonInsurance.net.
Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Munganest online. It's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's where you can find Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganest. Their names are on the dealership in Alton, and then you have Munganest, St. Louis Acura in Baldwin on Manchester Road. And you can go shopping right there at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com from the comfort of your phone, your iPad, your Surface, your laptop. Any device will do to see new or pre-owned vehicles. And then if you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganest, work with Ryan Seiberg in the service department at stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. They couldn't be more accessible. If you want to email me, I'll make an introduction for you. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, or they set up a number to call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. It's Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. This 10 o'clock hour is also going to include the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Doug, Brad and Boca is not happy with the presentation. Is anyone going to upload the G-Damn podcast?
Oh, and that's not being done now? Oh, it's just always something.
It's uploaded.
Here's Chairman
Kurt has just run into the studio to say it's uploaded. That sounds like a user error.
Great work, Kurt. Don't listen to these folk.
Jackson, you're getting an apology from the 608.
I apologize, Jack. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I'd like to reach across the aisle and request some time kill music. And Doug, grass talk and be friends. I love you, my beautiful prince. That's from the 608.
Did he say grass talk?
Yeah.
My tall fescue, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
It's coming in very nicely thanks to that rain we had.
More rain this afternoon. That's really going to help that tall fescue.
It does. It helps. Helps a lot.
Hey, Vladimir McKernan, we just playing Jim Edmonds drops today, and then just a bunch of dots, way more than 3. There's the time kill music.
Time kill music is nice.
Request comes in with an actual nice way of asking, being polite, and you get what you want. You complain and throw ellipses at me left and right. You're not going to get it.
Not so much.
Sorry.
Okay. You're a man of principle as much as anything.
Always have been, always will be.
Is this the music from when Chevy Chase is perusing the hotel bar in National Lampoon's Vacation, 1983? And it looks like he's trying to solicit maybe a friend for the evening as he got sideways with Ellen Griswold. And that's where Christy Brinkley appears on the scene.
Well, she's a swimming waitress.
That's
She's
correct.
ordering some fish.
Yeah, for you and Audrey, Dad. Yeah, Audrey.
Is it consensus that Anthony Michael Hall is the best Rusty?
Doug, rank your Rusties.
He was the one in the original Vacation.
That's the one I like. The other guy went on to a big career within Big Bang Theory.
Johnny Galecki, he was in Christmas Vacation. Jason Lively.
Blake Lively's older brother.
Yes, Blake Lively's older brother, who either continued acting or maybe played center for the Lakers because he was quite tall in European Vacation. But he's the worst, in my opinion.
Shot at Nick Papagiorgio.
Ethan Embry, I believe, is
That's
that
correct,
guy's
and
name?
he was in Can't Hardly Wait with the delectable Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Yeah, he's no good either. It's Anthony Michael Hall and Galecki 1-2, whichever way you want to divvy it up. I think Anthony Michael Hall's the best.
He looked like he belonged in that family.
Yeah, definitely. And the scene with him and Chevy having the beer, that's good stuff.
50 yards.
50 yards, Russ.
Regarding the podcast, here's my iPhone podcast feed of the show. Screenshot banditry, and he sends in a screenshot showing that there's no podcasts.
Oh, gosh. The one thing we want is to get this podcast up.
Let it out. Let it out.
Can't have it.
Let it all out.
Shakira Sanders is making requests for, like a dirty and Gaslight Girl Boss gatekeep drops. Looks like Jackson's going to get them, but they're not as easily accessible.
Well, I can't it's not like I have some. It's not hooked up to my veins where I can just think about it and it pops up. I have to type some in.
Okay.
I like a little hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Wonderful.
That's what the guy wanted to hear.
He heard it.
He's sitting at home and he needed to hear that.
It's not as satisfying when they're just like, here, play this drop, and then we wait 10 seconds and then play it. Let it come to you. Let the game come to you. I only have 900 drops to choose from.
And then he also wanted a Gaslight Girl Boss gatekeep.
Oh, God.
He asked nicely with 3 dots.
I have that one open.
We're just taking requests. That's what the show is at this point. Requests for drops.
Doug looks hot in his sweater today. Vaughn is the law. That's from the 636. The listeners like you in your sweater.
Okay, Gaslight Girl Boss gatekeep.
It's sweater season.
It is sweater season. That's a handsome one at that.
Can I hear Roof Daddy? That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
I got to nip this in the bud, or else this is going to be my job.
Yeah. It takes a while to find that one, though. And he talks up for a while, too. It's like 45 seconds long, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. It's going to take up the whole show. We have nothing to offer, and there's people driving down the street listening to this, and the program is somebody texts in asking for a drop. That's our show.
Right, Roof Daddy! Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
That's it. That's what the guy had to hear.
I guarantee you, Kerber and John Kelly are hearing that, and they're thinking about trying to weave that in for tomorrow night's festivities in Buffalo. Yeah, what about look at that, look at this, look at that. Is that different? That's different.
There's same guy, different cut. So now we're going to get that. Okay.
Oh, look at that. Look at this, look at that.
Okay.
Doug, this is where the listeners...
Jackson's delivering. He's finding all of them.
He's just sending them in left and right. Let's see. Steven's back on? The same guy from the 7 o'clock hour?
Oh, good.
Callie and Thompson phone lines?
Same one.
All right, good.
Steven, welcome back to the show. We asked you to be a friend of the show. We kind of thought that might be intermittent, but if that means twice a show, we welcome you in.
No, this is just an emergency phone call. I need some information on something.
Sure. We do crowdsourcing here on the program.
We'll try to help.
Okay. On the song that I was looking up this morning, I need as much information as you can give me on where to find it and everything, because I can't find it any damn place.
Well, what's the name of it?
Well, that was Lord Royals, and it was a parody song by a Cardinal singer who changed it to Cardinals, and I would imagine that's on YouTube. Jackson, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Greek Godfather is who uploaded it.
Greek Godfather. Greek Godfather, Steven. He uploaded it, and what's the title?
You Will Never Be Cardinals, Royals spoof.
Do you get that?
Yeah, You Will Never Be Cardinals, Royals spoof.
That's it. Yeah. Correct.
And that's on what?
YouTube. YouTube.com.
Okay. I don't use YouTube for anything.
Oh, well, today's your day. You'll be fascinated by what's on there.
Yep.
Anything you can think
Look
of
up
is on
Ella
there.
Reese.
No.
Subscribe to TMA STL and 101 ESPN while you're at it.
Oh, I listen to you. I don't have to go looking at you. I'm blind. I can't see you.
Oh, well, I feel like you buried the lead.
All right. Well, yeah.
All right. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine. No, we don't know. We're sorry, but then it would be understandable why you're not on YouTube. But that's where you can also hear the audio as well.
Okay, and I could download the audio off of YouTube.
Yeah, just play it if you have someone to play it for you, or you have a way of playing it. Yeah, it'll come right up.
Okay, because my wife would have to do that for me and put YouTube on my phone for me to be able to do that and everything.
Right. It's just a website. All you got to do is go to the website.
Yeah, I know that. I know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug, you don't need to talk. Doug likes to talk down to people. That's his thing. I apologize.
You don't have to download an app or anything.
Okay, I'll have her look it up under YouTube and see what we can do from there.
Okay, great. That'll
and
work.
I will talk to you later sometime in the week or next Wednesday.
All right, that sounds good. It's a Wednesday guest booking now. That's good. Another friend of the show.
Anybody I got to rag on about the Cardinals, the Blues, or anybody, I will do it.
This is the place to do it.
I like that. Steven is not afraid to air his grievances, and he's not going to focus on the hard-working Americans of our grocery stores.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the hardworking Americans in the grocery store.
There it is, Jackson. That's how you do it, brother.
This isn't a caucus. You don't have to appeal to anybody.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Jackson doesn't,
I love
though.
the Mexicans that come over here and work their ass off to try to do something right.
Mm-hmm.
Doug?
Yeah.
Stephen, thank you. So many wonderful thoughts.
Yeah, let's put while we're ahead.
Friend of the That's Stephen with his second phone call on the program. And Doug.
What's that text box looking like?
Oh, if you let him get just an extra couple of seconds, you never know what'll happen. I didn't see that one coming. That was great. Oh, the gift that keeps on giving.
Guys, you now have established a morning after customer service line. That's from Thanks Dad.
Did he not sound? If you remember box score Jim when you guys would pass around that guy around the score?
That's right.
Did that guy not sound a little bit like it?
We might need to do some audio forensics. Chairman Kurt.
Did it not sound a little like it?
Wow.
We'll talk in the break.
Okay.
Oh, sounds like.
Okay, I know where he's going.
We might have breaking news.
I know where he's going.
We might have breaking news.
Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night, off today, and then they're playing tomorrow against the Buffalo Sabres right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour here on the program. And we welcome you to partake in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is coming your way. Chairman Kurt, you are leading an investigation as to whether or not Steven is actually box scored Jim.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how far back box score Jim would go. Prod Joe was there, so at the latest it was, what, 2011?
I think it's right.
Prod Joe left in 2013. Was that March 13th?
I don't know the dates, Tim.
It was my birthday. Still is my birthday.
Box score Jim was older at that time.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought.
So then adding another 11 plus years.
Yeah, I don't think it sounds similar.
It's a fluid investigation.
It sounds similar.
Well, the investigation is fluid. The Gallup poll that Chairman Kurt posted on our Twitter account, which is at TMASTL, the question, Jackson, you were ready to ride or die with this one. What are you more interested in, MLS or NBA? Chairman Kurt has just sent me the results. More than 1,000 people voted. And MLS wins 53% to 47% as it defeats the NBA. Jackson, your apology. The floor is yours.
No apologies. But I concede. I'll accept. I guess. Hey, listen, I didn't think so. I think some people out there are not being truthful, but that's cool.
You're calling the electorate liars.
Because when I say MLS, I don't mean just City, but that's what people will take it as. They'll be like, oh, yeah, I care about City more than that wasn't the question. But I'm not going to expect people to take that much time with it. So,
could there have been a lot of late arriving mail-in ballots?
That could be the case. Chairman, how many of those came from Arizona? How many came from Arizona?
I don't have the demographics.
Okay.
We'll get the full count a week from now.
I did put up a new poll this morning.
And it's the Gallup poll.
Martin asked a question that was kind of in the same vein, but after the Blues kind of struggled last night, I put up the question, which of these teams is closest to winning a championship? And it was just Blues, Cardinals, and Mizzou. What are your thoughts? And then I'll tell you the results.
Wow, that puts the man to the test here.
Compared to everyone around them, Mizzou is probably closer.
I guess by definition, theoretically, Missouri actually has a chance. It's just a minuscule chance. That's the issue. But I guess if that is greater than the Blues' chances this year and the Cardinals' chances next year, then by definition, it has to be Missouri.
Well, just even going forward, not necessarily in this season.
If you're taking that out, I would say the Blues, but I don't think it's necessarily around the corner.
I would say the Cardinals, just because we've seen, just in the last few years, some teams come from last place, 100-loss seasons to be in the World Series the next year. I don't think that's completely out of the question. Not likely, but it's not completely out of the question that some of the young players could really kick it into gear and be a different team.
Jackson, what do you think?
Blues.
Blues?
Yeah. They got the young core is kind of set in there. I'd say the Blues.
430 precincts reporting, 38% Blues. 36% Missouri, 26% Cardinals.
Now, Doug, now you have to issue an apology.
I'm not apologizing for my opinion.
Thank you, Doug. I'm with you.
You think the Blues are anywhere close to being a championship contender?
No, but closer than the other two options. They have Robert Thomas and Kyrou already. Got some
they
young
had
talent.
Them last year, and they weren't
They
close.
got some young talent who are playing in college ice hockey. That's what
So does every other team.
Yeah, but not like the Blues have.
Oh, yes, they do.
Go Note.
Oh, I look at Jackson. Hey, that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up next. This TMA 101 ESPN. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion billion won. Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their Champs game, you could win money by making entries on your favorite players and competing against other Underdog players. This season, Underdog will be running a special, a promo, or a bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. TMA 101 ESPN shows brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. And ladies and gentlemen, here in the Munganest, 10 o'clock hour, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Buck Swope leading the month. Here it is. You can always send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I take all of your emails at McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Doug, that includes questions from the audience, comments, erotic stories, and hate mail. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. And Young Hi, Doug. I just wanted to thank you for last week. I know we argued about it early on, but I understand why you had to tell the guys you were out in California. You showed me things I had not yet seen before and likely never will again. I'll leave it to the imagination, lest the email gets censored, but let me say, every time you ring that gong, my hole puckers.
Oh.
Thanks, and awesome read, Mr. Tim. You really are the best of us. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 101. Stop by the YouTube page, and I'll whisper you a recap of Steve's call whilst giving you a haircut. Ring, ring. Hello. Snip, snip, clip, clip, squish, squash, swoosh, bitches.
This is from a professional writer.
That's a Cold Street writer,
sports writer.
Actually. Yeah.
Brian Hanchin.
Morning, radio guys. The show is continuing to advance, but I'm still adjusting to this new version of TMA where Tim and Doug actually get to talk outside of live reads. I think my favorite development is the addition of the 101 caller. Here's my quick power ranking, subject to change, of our new friends who took offense to Jackson's thoughts on dogs solely because it calls attention to their online avatars. Number 3, caller Chris or Kyle. I'm not quite for sure, but I bet his hero is either Skip Schumacher or Bo Hart. I'm even more confident it's not Dexter Fowler. For, as Claves would say, quote, a number of reasons. I enjoy his batting tips, though. Don't be a stranger. Number 2, caller Scott, considered a hipster because he was a Chiefs fan before it was cool. I hope he pushes grim death away long enough to see December 1st because I'm sure he has some Milagro tequila in his future. We got Gary Pinkel on the phone, and I want to talk some Chiefs left tackle. And number 1, it's still caller Janet until someone else calls in to defend the Polar Express or the Loop Trolley against other cities' desire to go to the mountains or the godforsaken beach. They'll all be chasing our little Gatesworth queen. Alan Dadeville wondering if Bob Stoops remembers when Drinkwitz made sure the boys were home for the holidays 2 years ago. Thank you. That's from A.J. Sansone.
A.J. Sansone. He's new.
That's what it says. I don't know what the hell. On a scale of 1 to 100, my fan confidence index for TMA is currently at a 0 because you guys keep taking phone calls from random dudes so desperate to talk to someone that they think it's a good idea to call ESPN mere seconds after you guys go on the air. What goes through someone's mind to make them call a radio show in St. Louis to discuss the Kansas City football team's left tackle right after sunrise? Listen, Scott, next time you want to drool over the Chiefs before 8 a.m., call Fesco. I feel bad for Scott's wife. This sweetheart probably asks her husband to help her get the kids ready for school, but he's like, hold on, babe. I need to make a quick phone call to ask some strangers on the radio for their thoughts on the Chiefs' offensive line. Sorry to hear TMA Trivia Night's been canceled. I was really looking forward to seeing Buck Swope act like a toddler in person. The event may be canceled, but if you go to St. Gabe's on Friday night, I bet you'll see Swope in the empty gym frantically storming the empty stage to practice for next year. No media, no spectators, just a passionate man in a blazer running around like George Brett, screaming at the umpires to make sure he's ready for next year's trivia night. And it's that kind of dedication that makes him the front runner for the Lister of the Year. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, another rough show for Libby Jack, who can't remember his password. Try big boobs with a Z.
Oh.
Let's go to the phone lines where we got the porta potty guy waiting. And I want to talk some Chiefs offensive line. Yikes. Just play the poorly edited audio that leaves out the punchline where a helmetless A.J. McKernan details a Nick Saban poop forensics investigation reminiscent of the one Tim launched 10 years ago after someone crapped on the wall, prompting Doug to observe whoever did that as a whole, and the rest of us don't. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. We will rally around this old from Festus who wants to talk silly Cardinals theme return music, and we will produce good radio. Well, it was a strong call right up until Libby Jack abruptly dropped him so he could solicit old men to meet him in Metro East truck stop showers. So, I guess we're done talking about the aborted trivia night that was for some reason scheduled for a Friday night instead of a Saturday night because you didn't want to go head-to-head with an underwhelming Mizzou squad who had already been smoked by Texas A&M.
10 days before the trivia event announcement. Instead, choosing to go head-to-head with a Mike Tyson fight. The TMA Trivia Night organizers have nothing to hold their heads down except the fact that they didn't promote the event and blew off 85 listeners who don't hate the show yet. Me, I'm happy to take my money back, cancel the babysitter, then Sal on Friday night and watch a 27-year-old influencer fight a 50-year-old boxer who's been washed for 20 years. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what you have to decide here. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll vote for Buck Swope. I liked his email.
JV Golf Coach.
I like JV Golf Coach as well. JV Golf Coach is one. Time for us to... Oh, Doug's got to talk about design air.
Well, I think we all need another word about design air, heating, and cooling before we go. If you don't know about them, you should. They've been around St. Louis for 120 years now. I've used them. Tim used them. Jackson's used them. We all do because they're the best in town. Seth Goldcamp and his family has served more than 10,000 people in all these years since 1904. They are still the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call of duty. Never going to upsell you, try to sell you something you don't need. That's how they train their employees. That's how they will treat you, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate, and convenience of online scheduling, always available. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Okay, you're wondering what the website is. I'm going to give that now. DesignAir.net. That's DesignAir.net.
Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are up next. This is 101 ESPN.